I declare open this hearing of the Senate Select Committee on Productivity in Australia. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via the video conference. I'm Senator Bragg, Chair of the committee. I'll be joined by Senator Darmanin and Senator Ananda Raja. These are public proceedings which are being streamed live via the parliamentary website, and Hansard transcripts will be made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to a Senate committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request to be heard in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind committee members and witnesses who are not speaking to please mute your microphones. I now welcome Mr Michael Crosbie via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear? And I think you are muted, Mr Crosbie. Still muted? It may be a problem in Canberra. I think you're still muted. You have the mute sign on your little box, so I think you may have to fix it on your end. There we go. Okay. That's good. We've got you. Now? Thank you.
It's Michael Crosbie. I'm the administrator of the CFMEU.
Okay. Do you have an opening statement?
No, Senator. I think you want to get to questions, so why don't we get into it?
Well, look, thanks for being there. So can you just outline for the committee your role in administering the CFMEU, particularly as it relates to housing construction issues and apartment issues?
So my role is I'm put in here by bipartisan agreement, I understand, to administer the CFMEU and clean it up. My predecessor, Mark Irving, KC, has done an extraordinary job in the first 18 months. He's got rid of 27 leaders, if you can call them that, and we've moved on around 150 other, mainly organisers, but 150 staff. That process is now slowing down, and really I've taken over to rebuild the culture of the union so that instead of acting in the way it's acted for a very long period of time, it acts as a lawful organisation, a registered organisation. The impact on housing is pretty indirect. Regrettably, in most states, the union just hasn't got involved in high-rise residential housing. It's concentrated on the richest bits of the industry, tiers 1 and 2 construction. Certainly, it hasn't ever really attempted to organise in the cottage building industry. So, yes, our enterprise bargaining agreement really relates to only the very biggest organising projects, things like hospitals, high schools, stadiums, airports, metro stations, and the like.
So, but there has been CFMEU activity on major building sites, hasn't there?
Oh, absolutely, but rarely on high-rise residential.
And so what do you think the impact, what have been some of the negative impacts of some of the EBAs in relation to those home building sites, limited as they may be?
Look, I don't know that there's a huge negative impact on it. The fact is that there's a shortage of 300,000 construction workers in Australia at the moment. There's an absolute boom happening, and it will only increase with the Tasmanian Stadium, T2D in South Australia, the Olympics in Queensland. Indirectly, it's possible that it's a very good EBA in order to attract workers into that section of the industry, and that is going to set a bar across the board. But the reality is actually that in the housing sector, and I'm only talking about high-rise residential here, there is an extraordinary level of sham contracting, underpayment, and appalling safety. Now, one of the things when I was the executive officer of the New South Wales branch was I said, we can't stay out of these big high-rise residential buildings. I mean, some of them are worth $1 billion. One of them, I think, is about to start. It's worth $2 billion. And when our organisers have gone onto those sites, you find absolutely appalling levels of unsafe work. An organiser a few months ago went on to one of the biggest sites, not a union member there, no EBA, but he closed it down and put all the workers in the shed because it was just appalling. And he persuaded the employer to close the site for a week while they cleaned up the safety. Now, those workers said, thank God you came. We were scared to come to work. So, yes, in the short term, they lost a week of productivity on that site. On the other hand, nobody died. And that's the trade-off. There's a cost to safety. It's very, very rare on a unionised site for anybody to die. It's quite common on a non-unionised site for people to die, frankly.
So the master builders have said that the conduct of the CFMEU has enabled coercive market practices that suppress competition and limit choice for both contractors and clients. So what do you say to that?
Look, if we're talking about the major contractors, the reality is that the entry to that market is very limited. When you're talking about the building of a metro station or a hospital or one of these huge, I talk about them as secular cathedrals, there's very few people who are capable of doing that kind of work. You know, at most, I don't know, there might be a dozen across the country. So you are always going to get limited competition in that area. It's not as if somebody who can put a slab in a cottage can walk onto one of these big sites and, do the formwork required to put up a tower for a lift. So, yes, the union organises in that area and sets a standard. I think the major contractors would die of fright if there wasn't a level playing field underneath that market. I think that's the way the industry is organised, and I think that's going to be inevitable given the size of the projects.
Okay, so your evidence is that the corruption in the CFMEU has been weeded out by Mr. Irving, has it?
That's a big statement. Largely weeded out. I certainly have my eye on every branch of the union, and I'm pretty ruthless. I think I have to be. If I see bad behaviour, the bad behaviour is going to end pretty quickly.
Okay, so you'd be aware of the Victorian big build issues. I mean, I think the government there in Victoria now is going to call a Royal Commission.
Yes.
The evidence we hear from home builders, I mean, this is a a Senate committee into productivity, right? So we're looking at housing issues. We're trying to work out why we can't get more houses at a cheaper price. The Productivity Commission has identified that housing productivity in Australia is it's actually negative. It's not just flatlining; it's negative. And there are many reasons for that. And I don't think anyone is trying to lump the whole thing on the CFMEU's doorstep, but they appear to be a factor. Particularly in Victoria, the evidence we've heard is that builders struggle to get workers on site because they're being paid sometimes 3 times as much to hold a lollipop stick or do something on a big build site where there's a CFMEU EBA, which is inflating the labour costs to an unreasonable level. So is that something that you see as an ongoing issue?
So you've got to be really careful about promoting stuff about people being paid huge amounts of money to hold a lollipop stick.
Well, I'm asking you.
Well, I would deny that there is anything wrong with paying people decent money for working on these big sites. These guys, and they're generally men, work 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, 6 hours on a Saturday. Overtime is really, really common. They fall into bed at night knocked out because this is hard physical work in all kinds of weather. The sites that they're on are inherently unsafe. And the problem with the long hours they work, and they'll tell you this, is at the end of the day, they start to lose concentration. And that's when you get trip and fall accidents, fall from heights, all of that kind of stuff. So, no, I reckon these people are worth every buck they get paid. The other thing that feeds into this is it's not just a question of the union pushing up rates to an unreasonable level. These workers are in short supply. They're highly skilled. There's not enough of them. And that's why, frankly, the union has got the power to get decent money for its members. I want to make one other point, Senator, that I think is really important. One of the problems that we as a union reforming itself are facing is the level of criminal sham contracting in the industry, particularly in the finishing trades, but it's even spreading into areas like formwork, the structural trades. And, you know, this is where the criminality in places like Victoria and New South Wales runs rampant because you have organised crime laundering money with cash-in-hand payments to the gyprocking area, tiling, and in a couple of cases, formwork. The union needs to get its act together and wipe that out, and we need the help of other regulators to help us do that.
Yeah. So what do you say then to the allegation that the CFMEU has been bad for productivity? Do you reject that?
No, I don't. I think the CFMEU has been terrible for productivity. Look, an enterprise bargaining agreement is a peace treaty. You sign an enterprise bargaining agreement, you sign on to what the conditions in that agreement are. And until the administration came along, it was treated as a joke. You know, if you wanted more, you just stopped a job. That's just completely unacceptable, and it must drive the employers in the industry absolutely crazy. I've got no sympathy for that. But since the administration, that has stopped. And we are now in a phase of saying, well, we're holding up our side of the enterprise bargaining agreement. There are employers who have signed the deal and aren't fulfilling it. That's where the sham contracting comes in.
Okay. It's just I'm just a little bit confused because if you agree that the CFMEU has been bad for productivity, then what reforms do you think are needed to address that issue?
Well, the reforms that the administration is putting into place, since the administration started, I think the productivity in terms of days lost through industrial action have absolutely fallen through the floor. We've honoured our side of the enterprise bargaining agreement, as the union should.
Okay. I just want to ask you, do you know about there's some allegations about the former Victorian CFMEU boss, Mr. Setka, and he faced court, I understand, over messages he sent to your predecessor, I think is Mr. Irving.
Yep.
Are you aware of Mr. Setka making these sorts of intimidatory statements towards you or towards your colleagues?
I'm very aware, Senator.
Okay, and so this an ongoing issue?
Well, the Victorian Police, through the Hawke Task Force, have taken out, I don't know the Victorian name for it, it's an AVO in New South Wales. He is not to come near me, he's not to speak to me, he's not to issue threats to me. And, you know, that certainly gives me some comfort. I've sent him a notice to show cause why he shouldn't be expelled from the union because of the threats he's made against me and against my predecessor.
Okay, I understand that he's also made comments to a female member of the union calling her a traitor.
Yep.
So, I mean, what are you doing to protect members of the union staff from these sort of actions?
Everything we can, and that's why Victoria Police have become involved. He is on bail as a result of some of the threats that he's made to people in our organisation. I mean, it says it all about the character of the man that he threatens our female employees.
Okay, what are you hoping will come out of the Royal Commission in Victoria now in relation to some of these matters?
So I take great comfort from the Victorian Premier's characterisation of the Royal Commission as a Royal Commission into the building industry in Victoria. The history of Royal Commissions into the CFMEU is not great. The one bit of reform architecture that has actually done something is putting the union into administration, because then we have the opportunity of cleaning out the muck that's in there and rebuilding the union from the inside out. But if it's a Royal Commission into the building industry, then we get a chance to look at every part of the building industry, from state government procurement through to the contractors, their subcontractors, and then labour hire, because at each of these areas there's the potential for misbehaviour and corruption. And I'm really hopeful that we get some regulation. See, one of the problems that we've got is we'll clean up the CFMEU. I'm very determined about that. I'm confident about that. But if you put that union into what is a corrupt environment, it's inevitable that this pattern of behaviour is going to repeat, hopefully years into the future. But, you know, that's the reality. And I'm hoping that this is a chance for a Royal Commissioner to have a look at the whole industry and work out, surely there is a better way of running these big projects so that these characters don't get involved.
Well, it sounds like, given the ongoing threats you're dealing with from Mr. Setka and I imagine potentially others, that there may be some things that a Royal Commission can do that you can't do as the administrator. Is that right?
Yes. I must say the Hawke Task Force is a very good bit of regulatory intervention from the Victorian Police, and I've got some confidence in that. Look, Setka is going to go. He will disappear from the scene. He's certainly never coming back into the union. I'm open to the Royal Commissioner coming up with suggestions for the administration on how we do things differently within the union. But Mark Irving's left the union in a good place. we've now got a whole new generation of delegates and organisers and younger leaders coming up through the ranks. We're training them, and already you can see in the training they've acknowledged how appalling the behaviour has been in the past, and they're up for working out how to run a powerful, because it's got to be a powerful union, but an ethical union that actually acknowledges that it's got to obey the law.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I think those are all the questions we have for you today, Mr. Crosby.
Great.
Thank you for making yourself available. We appreciate your time, and we hope you have a good day.
Good. Thanks very much, Senators.
Thanks very much. Okay, bye. Okay, now we move to our next witness, who I believe is online, which is Dr. Philip Toner and Emeritus Professor Green. And I understand that you've both joined us via video conference.
Correct.
Thank you for being there. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Can you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear?
Oh, hello. Yes, my name's Dr. Philip Toner. I'm a Senior Research Fellow, Honorary Senior Research Fellow, Department of Political Economy, University of Sydney.
Okay, and I'm just checking to see if we have your esteemed colleague. I think while we're finding your colleague, we might ask you do you have any opening comments you wanted to make?
Yes. Look, this is most unfortunate if Roy doesn't appear.
I'm sure he will, but why don't you kick off?
Pardon?
I'm sure he will, but do you have any opening statements or no?
Sure. Look, it's just that we were going to do a tag team here. Roy was going to start and I was going to say my piece, but I'll say my piece now. Look, an important feature of the sustained slowdown in productivity growth has been a concurrent slowdown in GDP growth. Orthodox economics attributes this reduction in GDP primarily to an independent decline in multi-factor productivity. In orthodoxy, the direction of causation runs from falling productivity to falling GDP, since GDP is comprised roughly of 50-50 labour and capital growth and MFP growth. In contrast, the demand-side approach argues first, slow GDP growth causes slow growth of productivity, and second, different industries vary in their capacity to increase their productivity in response to an increase in demand for their output. Specifically, manufacturing and digital industries are subject to increasing returns or high productivity growth, while other industries such as mining, construction, tourism and healthcare are subject to either constant or diminishing returns to scale and low productivity growth. The slow rate of GDP growth has induced a slow rate of productivity growth. The causes of the slow rate of GDP growth are due to a shift of national income from wages to profits, income and wealth inequality, as higher income groups have higher savings propensity compared to middle and lower income groups. A third cause is deindustrialisation that shifted a lot of local demand into imports. And the final sort of major cause of slow GDP growth has been the financialisation of the economy over the last 40 years or so, which is associated with a large rise in the financial share of the economy, finance and other industries like that growing at a much faster rate than the rest of the economy. And this financialisation inflates existing asset prices and lowers business investment. And lower business investment is associated with, lower GDP growth, because that's a key part of GDP growth. So that was really my line on that I was going to say.
Okay, we'll go to questions. Senator Anandaraja.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just interested in turning to, again, the non-market economy. This is now the dominant employer in our
Yes.
country. And I guess, how do we ensure that, it structurally also had a lower productivity, but we would argue that perhaps GDP productivity measures are not fit for purpose in this particular sector. But how do we then ensure going forward that these industries are not devalued as a result of having poor economic measures to
Yes, it's a really
and,
big
and
problem.
what are the
Sorry.
alternatives? Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a really important point. Look, it's a problem that we've got that you do have to recognise that over the last 40 years there has been a growth of what are called BOMOL industries, that are low productivity growth industries, and they are a rising share of the economy and employment. And these service industries, and there is a very wide range of them, from construction and healthcare, aged care, retail, those types of tourism. These industries have a high income elasticity of demand. That, in other words, as income grows, the demand for their output increases. But they, just in their nature, they are difficult to automate. They are generally have low levels of investment, low levels of training. They are not subject to the same sorts of rapid technological change as, say, manufacturing digital sector. And look, I understand the point. It's not a case of, it's really an acceptance that this is the nature of these industries. Extremely difficult to introduce changes. But as to your direct question, how do we ensure they're not devalued? Look, I don't know that that's... is that really the right way to view it? There's increasing government expenditure on them. If increasing government expenditure and consumer expenditure on these services is any guide, it's not a case of that they haven't been devalued. I think they're increasingly valued given their high income elasticity of demand. It's really we have to simply confront the fact that, given the policies of the neoliberal policies of the last 40 years, we are evolving an economy that is and this is something that is actually recognised by the Productivity Commission. Irony of ironies, the fact that the last 40 years of policies of reducing government role in the economy, especially in terms of industry policy, removing the tariff without any substitutes in place, without any coherent industry policy to replace the industries we've lost, or to ensure that they're in fact not lost, the high productivity growth industries. So there's this fantastic irony that the very policies that the Productivity Commission's advocated for the last 40 years are the ones that have accelerated the growth of these what are known as BOMOL industries. And there is a recognition for example, in the each year the Productivity Commission puts out a rolling 5-year review of Australia's productivity performance. In several of those documents, they are in fact finally recognising the structural changes in the economy that have been induced as a result of their policies. But it really is that they have very little answer to this increasing share of low productivity industries in the economy, aside from saying, well, let's see about if we can digitise them, or just some arm-waving generalities about ways to improve productivity in these sectors. But the simple fact is, no country in the world has yet discovered a way to induce rapid productivity growth in industries that just don't have the structural or technological characteristics that enable them to achieve high productivity growth.
Thank you. It's no secret that Australia is languishing at the bottom of the OECD when it comes to manufacturing capability. It's something that we're trying to turn around, but it's going to take a long time, I think, and sustained effort really to reindustrialize this country. There is an interesting comment you've made in your submission that there has been a long-standing policy and bureaucratic hostility to industrial policy. Hostility.
Yes.
And you've been very direct here. You've really laid the blame at Treasury, the PC, Productivity Commission, and Finance, the departments. Can you elaborate as to what this means?
Yes, it's, I suppose, the best way to describe it. From about the turn of the 20th century, the focus of industry policy was the singularly blunt instrument of the tariff, and most people agree that the tariff, especially sort of coming out of World War I and World War II, a post-war reconstruction, it actually did serve an important purpose in creating the demand and the structural barrier behind which a very diversified manufacturing base was constructed in Australia. Just think of it. Australia was one of only 12 countries in the world that could actually design and produce a motor vehicle. And we did that with almost entirely local componentry, everything from the steel right through to the electronics, the chips, you name it, the software. But the problem was, as from the 1970s, as the tariff was reduced, there was really no coherent strategy to replace the tariff, especially as the disadvantages of the tariff became increasingly apparent: the small scale of manufacture, the lack of exports, the lack of incentive to invest in technology. And myself and several other colleagues, such as Evan Jones, when you look into the bureaucratic history, the departmental history of Department of Trade, delve into the departmental records, and the minutes and et cetera, you do find there is a consistent hostility to any form of coherent planning, industry policy, and it's all the way along. It is nobbled. We attribute that to sort of a cultural and historical tradition adopted from the UK Treasury, which is effectively a sort of a liberalist market mindset. And that would have been appropriate for, say, the UK in its prime in the 19th century, when it was the great imperial power, and it did dominate world trade. For countries like that, again, like the US, that advocacy of free trade was fitted perfectly with their domination of world trade. The last thing you want the competitors to that model developing behind trade barriers. But Australia, that particular sort of cultural mindset within the economic bureaucracy was really inappropriate to a nation, a small open nation like Australia. So there has been long-term bureaucratic hostility, and it's the outcomes of that have been, over the last 40 years or so, the loss of bureaucratic capacity, not just within the public service generally, but especially within DISA. And I could go in to explain what's going on there, but it's a lot to do with just the incentives. There are very few incentives now for people remaining in the one bureaucracy and in the one department and developing internal expertise. I did do an article on
Dr.
this.
Toner, if they don't have the requisite technical competency, isn't it up to them to then consult widely?
Yes, look, that's right. Look, I entirely agreed, Senator. It's that leadership has to come from the top. if you're asking the department to do something that it's not capable of doing, which is developing a coherent, long-term industry policies, certainly there are plenty of case studies and examples around the world. Consider Korea, Taiwan, Germany, and until very recently, the US. The US had a remarkably successful technology-focused in industry policy through the Department of Industry, the Department of Defence, the Department of Health, the Centres for Disease Control, etc. You've got the famous example of the Department of Advanced Research Projects, DARPA, in the United States. The United States government was behind, as we now know, was behind virtually every major technological advance, everything from the internet through to mRNA medicines. It's truly extraordinary, the level of government involvement, government investment, which would then be taken up by the US private sector. But anyway, look, there is just it's going to really take a generation to redevelop the internal capacity within the bureaucracy.
Okay, I want to just jump in here. I'm interested in solutions, right? So
yes, sure.
We don't have a generation for the departments to lift their game, right? So I'm interested in what kind of metrics should we be looking at with respect to the functioning of the bureaucracy. Governments come and go, right? We come and go. The bureaucracy is there for perpetuity. So how should we hold them to account? Should we be looking at, and I want to be just very specific here, should we be looking at how many times they consult? Who do they consult with? Which industries do they consult with? Because clearly, if they don't have the in-house expertise, then they need to get out into the community and actually do some outreach.
Yes.
Have you? And feel free to jump in, Professor Green. It'd be good to hear from you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that's really important. Thanks, Senator. Let's go back to the strategic examination of R&D that was released by the government earlier this year, and to which there will be a response in the 2027 budget. We don't have to agree with all of its conclusions or recommendations, but one piece of the analysis that is absolutely critical to this discussion and everything that my colleague, Dr. Toner, has been discussing, is the correlation that they draw attention to also in the interim reports between our low share of manufacturing in GDP, the lowest share, by the way, in the OECD, our low level of business investment in R&D, and of course our low level of productivity growth, the lowest over the last 10 years in the last 60. Now, of course, productivity decline is a global phenomenon in Western countries, but the position is much worse here than almost anywhere else. And it's not surprising to see the 5% decline of real wages since 2021 in that context. So what do we draw from that correlation, and how does that translate into a policy response? What it tells us is that if we simply spend more on R&D from the public sector, it won't make much difference. It won't shift the dial on research and technology development. And that really is the driver of productivity growth over the long term. It won't shift the dial because our industrial structure is the problem. And it's the problem that the Productivity Commission and almost all the political class do not wish to confront, because it's such a big issue. And we've allowed it to happen because of this policy that Phil referenced of comparative advantage, which has enabled us to become a massive resources exporter, but has crowded out any potential for competitive advantage in
high-value manufacturing. And so we're down to 5.5%. Now, what we mean now by an industrial policy, and it's going to take a long time. This is not a 1 or 3 year project. This is a 10-year plan we've got to be putting into place. We start with a coordinating focus. Okay, so Minister Ayres has set up the National Resilience and Science Council. Note the formulation, because it's not the National Innovation Council that the CERD report recommended. He has inserted the word resilience because he's talking about a new industrial structure. And at least we hope he is, and I think he's giving that signal. But then what about the delivery mechanism? It's all very well to have a central coordinating body, which most countries have, by the way. You look at Vinnova in Sweden or TNO in Holland or almost any country. There's always a body which does foresighting, technology foresighting. Where do we have current and potential competitive advantage, and how do we capitalize on that? And how do we define our priorities over a long period of time from one government to the next, even if they change? But having those priorities doesn't amount necessarily to an industrial strategy, because you've got to have an implementation plan. And that's what we hope to see, maybe part of your recommendations, but certainly by the government in the 2027 budget and beyond, an implementation strategy that isn't necessarily the one proposed by the CERD report, which essentially, I have to say, even though very well-meaning, is it's business as usual, in the sense that the national strategic initiatives, 18 of them, are effectively a replication of the Trailblazer program, maybe the Trailblazers on steroids, but they're largely university-led. There's very little about engagement with industry. There's very little about the competitive advantage given to other countries in the construction of place-based innovation ecosystems.
Yeah.
And that's what we would propose. We have incipient such facilities around the country, like the Tonsley operation in South Australia, what we're trying to do with Everleigh in Sydney, the Boggo Road Complex Translational Research Institute up there in Brisbane, the Parkville Precinct in Melbourne. But these do not compare in size and scale and intensity with others around the world. But this is the point at which you can see how implementation works, where you have the so-called triple helix of government, industry, and researchers working together in the context of smart specialization in the areas in which we can be effective in global markets and value chains. And to get a system like that going, especially with the great asset we have in the CSIRO as an R&D engine, is the prospect that has eluded us for a generation, but which we can now return to. We've missed opportunities along the way, but we have a great talent in Australia. We have ingenuity. We have world-class universities. We can do this if we put our minds to it, especially with the advent of AI. And we're releasing a report on this shortly, on if we're not competing in LLMs and artificial general intelligence with the tech bros, can we apply industrial AI to physical products and systems as a way of reinvigorating our manufacturing industries and creating new ones? AI does give us, it's got a lot of discussion there about guardrails, but there are also these incredible opportunities which you can observe now in a number of middle powers that are not going to be competing on frontier models, but are looking at industrial AI application to their industries.
I like your thinking, Professor Green, around place-based You call them place-based ecosystems. Sometimes they're called place-based hubs. But this is really then drawing on the expertise of the front line as well, the workers, who have really got no shortage of ideas in fixing all kinds of problems.
It feeds into the other observation that we make in our book, for sure, and also in the submission to your committee, that one of the key factors in productivity growth, or the lack of it, is management capability. And we did a report, and it's worth mentioning it, I think, for the record, in 2009 for a previous industry minister, Kim Carr, called Management Matters, Just How Productive Are We? It was funded by the Department of Industry, and it was part of what has become known as the World Management Survey, comparing Australia with about 20 other countries using a diagnostic, very robust one. We were somewhere in the middle. We weren't at the bottom, but we weren't at the top level with Japan, US, Sweden, etc. And the area in which, out of 18 characteristics, the area in which Australia fell most behind world best practice was an area entitled Instilling a Talent Mindset, which is the ability of management to draw upon and make use of the talent and creativity at the workforce level. We have not channeled the talent of our workforce into the way we organise our enterprises.
Have you perhaps on notice, I don't know that in your submission you've elaborated enough, I think, on this place-based ecosystem model.
Right.
Would you be able to supply the committee with a little bit more information on that kind of thinking?
Absolutely. Because
and if you have a copy of your report, if you could the Management Matters, that would be good as well. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think in terms of innovation ecosystems, we've just completed the work I mentioned earlier on the application of industrial AI around the world. We've done with another colleague, a report which includes reference to 97 innovation ecosystems around the world. And over the last few months, we've visited 14 of them, most of them in Germany, to investigate at firsthand how innovation ecosystems are contributing to productivity through the application in particular of AI and digital technologies. And this kind of work ranges from how they have used AI to turbocharge R&D to very apparently banal exercises like one we saw in Dortmund by the Technical University Dortmund in a collaboration with Bosch Industries on how to reduce or remove variability in screw driving in production lines. And it might seem trivial, but when you add up every component of a production line and you improve its productivity by X%, you're making a mammoth transformation that then is intended to make you competitive with what's happening in China.
With regards to the delivery mechanism, now in our case, the delivery mechanism of industrial policy is the bureaucracy. And we've just heard from Dr. Toner as to what the weaknesses are in our bureaucracy. How do we strengthen this sort of delivery mechanism and implementation body?
Well, it's interesting to follow what Minister Ayres is doing. He's empowering the agencies and civs within his portfolio. It's not happened before in such a consistent and coherent way, namely CSIRO, the Net Zero Economy Authority, the National Reconstruction Fund, the Industry Capability Network, and there's a couple of others as well, and Stowe. If they become the arms and legs of a strategy around industrial regeneration, because they're the ones who have the expertise and the reach to do it, then I think our prospects look a lot brighter than they have for a long time. It also requires a whole of government approach, so it isn't just the industry portfolio.
Yeah.
As we know, we have a very fragmented system, very fragmented programs, 150 budget line items over 14 government portfolios. It's lots of slicing and dicing over many years of all of our programs. We have to consolidate those programs as well across government, and there will need to be very cohesive cabinet decisions about how an industrial policy operates across defence, across energy, across health. It's a big call that is going to be made on government, and it's a step change for the economy because we've got a burning platform. I'll just mention this quickly, that China is rapidly shifting the source of its iron ore exports to West Africa. Very familiar companies are involved in this, such as Rio. We shouldn't think they have any except residual loyalty to Australia. They're interested in what their shareholders want. And if West Africa turns out to be a bonanza, that's where they'll be, at Simandou. You know, there will be a lot of work in the Pilbara for some time to come, but the shift is going on. Iron ore is 25% of our export mix. Then we have thermal coal, and we know what the future is there. Then we have coking coal used in steel. As we shift to green iron and green steel, that's gone. That's 50% of the export mix. What are we going to replace it with? We're not going to replace it with services. Higher education and tourism lag well behind, but we also have in the mix manufacturing and agri-food, and we have agency in those areas, and we can reconstruct them, and they can become a very formidable part of the export mix and replace.
We have biotech and deep tech as well. Biotech, deep tech, and climate tech.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay,
I might hand over there. Thank you, Professor Bean. Thank you, Dr. Turner.
You have the call.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the discussion earlier about, I think the comments you made, Mr. Green, were around a report management matters, but I think more broadly about the lower business investment. And I just wanted wondered if you could talk a bit more about, what you think are the causes of the trend around lower business investment.
Yeah, that's a good question. Phil, did you want to do that one?
It's partly driven by the cyclical nature of investment, private business investment in mining. There was a massive surge prior to 2010, and now that's sort of, as it were, the fruits of that investment are there. It's also there's a hell of a lot of investments gone into construction, into infrastructure, but a lot of that is public sector, and it's also to some extent, but there's been a recent surge in data centres, but it's in the context of a fairly long-term decline in business investment, and it partly reflects that the change in the industry composition. When you have the loss of manufacturing from being 15% of GDP to 15% of GDP in the mid-80s to 5%, and it used to account for 45% of business investment. It's just in its nature fairly capital intensive. So but there's also, as I said, the rise of financialisation, the as it were, the misallocation of private capital from business investment into housing, particularly existing capital housing stock. It adds nothing to the productive capital stock. And there's generally, as I said, it's part of this phenomenon of financialisation, the shifting of savings into capital search for capital gains, as opposed, in other words, buying existing assets, as opposed to. So there's a number of factors going on there.
Do you think our tax changes will
Can I also say, sorry about this, it's also a function, because investment is directly driven by growth of demand and expectations of growth of demand, in the context where we've had sustained low GDP growth, that has also induced low business investment. They simply don't need to replace, and there's not the incentive to replace their capital stock.
Mm-hmm. In your submission, I think you've said that it's unlikely that digital technologies will be the saviour of productivity, and that recent innovations have been less transformative than earlier technologies such as electricity and rail. I want to assume that is because of what you just said before in terms of the kind of transformative nature of some of the investment that we've had in the past around industrialisation. Is that right, or are there other?
Yes, it is a fascinating. We feel that we're in the midst of living through it. The white hot sort of. What was that quote from the former British?
The white heat of the technological revolution.
Yes, the white heat of the technological revolution. That's right. We feel we're living in that context, but in fact, compared to earlier generations living through electrification. And that, for example, the transformative effect of something like antibiotics dramatically, or even something as simple as the development of potable
what's the next
water
frontier
systems.
That's similar to that in your view? It's advanced manufacturing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's
basically
important.
What your argument is.
It's important to note that what you cited there is not our assertion, but the assertion of another economist whom we're quoting, called Bob Gordon from the US, who wrote a book about this American growth. And he just said, what's all the fuss about the internet and low productivity? Because we've had this period before of urban sanitation, commercial flight, the telephone, television. These were all hugely transformative, electricity. And so anything that we're doing now can't really compare. It's not an argument against productivity enhancing innovation, because we still need that to increase our and maintain and increase our living standards. But it's just a comment to put it into perspective as an economic historian.
Yeah, okay, thank you. How should governments identify which industries warrant strategic support while avoiding the risk of backing sectors that may not have the capacity to grow? Like what are the sorts of frameworks that you would apply to these kinds of questions?
Yeah, well, other governments have such frameworks. They usually involve foresighting exercises. Finland, for example, has one every 5 years. And I do recall visiting Finland with at the time of the disintegration of Nokia and the rise of Apple in smartphone technology. And I did ask some of those senior bureaucrats at Tekes, you must be pretty concerned for the future of the Finnish economy. And they said, no, not at all. We're already designing the industries of the future here for the next 20 years. All the spin-outs from Nokia and the talent and ingenuity engaged in Nokia will now go into new areas like biotech and digital technologies in other applications. And that's exactly what they've done. You've got to take risk, of course. You've got to have a risk appetite to do these things. Not everything you're going to take a bet on, or a strategic bet, are going to be successful. The Harvard Atlas of Economic Complexity, which puts Australia right down at the bottom at number 74 for the diversity and research intensity of our exports, keeps saying in its annual report every year, it writes a little narrative about each country, and it says to Australia every year, take strategic bets. Take strategic bets. And we have on a number of occasions, and we have with quantum computing, for example. Let's see how that goes. We've kind of bet on one company rather than on the whole industry. I hope that's not a mistake. but at least we've done it. We've taken the plunge in an area which is going to have much greater salience and impact in the future.
But it's also,
in terms of, go on, Bill.
It's also a case of it can be demand led. Those sectors in which we're doing well, the biotech, medical equipment, etc. You can set up systems. You sort of go out to industry and you ask, what would help you as an industry or as particular firms? What would help you achieving your goals? And what's in it for us? In a sense, what's in it for the taxpayers as well? There has to be that sort of give and take. So it can be both as it were, supply led, but also demand led, and you have to have both sides of the coin in your industry policies. So you can focus on those sectors, as Roy says, there already is existing strength, but also using foresight and other things, focus on those areas where there will be rapid growth in the future, in which there's a prospect for Australia to have some competitive advantage. So it's both that supply and demand led. It's not a case of just characterising industry policy as picking winners. It's a mischaracterisation.
And then around that, you can build the policies that encourage the startups and new ventures and the capital allocations that make those strategic bets a success, because you can't just hope for the best once you've made the bet. And Phil referred earlier to the US government's interventions in the economy. One of their most successful innovation programs is SBIR, Small Business Innovation and Research Program, which has been going for about 80 years. And it sets aside a tiny percentage, but it amounts to a lot of money, of government departments for purchasing technology developments by SMEs that solve problems for those departments and enable those SMEs to grow into global companies. Our former chief scientist, Alan Finkel, who benefited from the program with one of his startups, regards it as the most important innovation program in the US. But we very rarely talk about it, and we've based our public purchasing on this very elusive concept of value for money, which tends to make us purchase whatever might be cheapest in the global market, to the detriment of the prospects of Australian firms, especially in manufacturing. In New South Wales, the minister there, Courtney Houssos, has decided, I'm introducing a program called If Not, Why Not? And you can imagine the outcry from New South Wales Treasury bureaucrats. But she said, I'm the minister, and that's the decision I'm making. It isn't hard.
Yes, just on that going back to that place-based innovation, it's really important to note that Australia has an excellent record of establishing these facilities, and they're being very successful with evaluations showing these initiatives to be achieving their goals and achieving really good outcomes for industry. And I just mentioned one of them was back in the 80s, they were called the Workplace Resource Centres, and they were staffed with engineers and logistics specialists, etc., funded by government, and they would basically set up in various industrial regions like Newcastle, Wollongong, and around the country, and they would offer engineering and other services to local manufacturing firms. So it was a case of manufacturing firms would come to them and say, we have a problem, help us solve it. And there were multiple, as I say, evaluations done. And they lasted for about, these WRCs lasted for about 7 or 8 years, change of government, shut down. all that expertise dispersed to the winds. And I'm just drawing, can you help me out here? There were subsequent similar models established for this place-based innovation, where there were centres of engineering excellence set up and advice, this consulting advice. They'd often have to pay for it as well. It wasn't always free, so there was that quid pro quo. So what were the other ones, Roy, more recently?
Well, the other one, which was very successful, was called the National Industry Extension Service.
Of course, yeah.
And business bought into it big time because it was at the time of the tariff reductions and also globally a shift from large-scale mass production industries competing on cost to smaller, more specialised, flexible firms competing on quality, innovation and design. And the primary goal of NIAS was to build capability in such companies from startups through to scaling up. It was a tremendous program, completely, based on consensus throughout society and business and unions. Everyone was involved in making that a success. And it was world leading. Other countries copied our program. The US set up an extension service. The UK set up an extension service because it was working so well. They came and regarded what we were doing as pioneering. And then in 1996, the government changed and it was abolished. It was a program that was also uniquely cooperative between the Commonwealth and the states. When the money flowed, no one knew where it came from. Commonwealth, states, who cares? The money was there to underpin the growth and knowledge-based development of these companies with really strong expertise within the centres all around Australia, together with the workplace resource centres, which really were focused on workplace organisation. NIAS was based on the high end of engineering and design, as well as the capability of management. And then they were gone. They were sort of not exactly recreated, but a version that re-emerged in the form of the Enterprise Connect program and its various expressions in the innovation centres around the country. That was then reduced and kind of almost decimated by later governments. And then when Labor was re-elected, we got the Industry Growth Program, which was an attempt to recreate some of those elements of the Enterprise Connect program that became the Entrepreneurs Program.
Thank you so much. I think I've got everything I need from the answer to my question there.
We could go on forever, of course.
You're very knowledgeable. I feel we could have you all day.
Fair enough.
Okay, thank you very much for being there. You go with our very best wishes, and we now welcome the next witnesses to this committee. I welcome representatives of the Australian Services Union via video conference. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, can you please state your full names and capacity in which you appear?
Good morning. I'm Emmeline Gasky. I'm the National Secretary of the Australian Services Union. And I'm flying solo. Nice
to hear from you. Thanks for being there. Do you have any opening comments?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind just making a few reflections before maybe opening up to questions. But I think thanks so much for having me here today on this inquiry around productivity. And I think it's really important to know first who it is that we represent as a union. So we're a union of 138,000 workers around the country, but who work in majority of them, the vast majority of them would work for not-for-profit community sector organisations or governments, like local governments, delivering services for their communities every day. So they're delivering community services like helping people experiencing homelessness or family violence or addiction issues or mental health issues. They're also powering every single community by running the local government every day in those communities. So that's whether it's collecting waste or making sure there are beautiful parks and gardens and libraries that are functioning for the communities. They're all doing that work every day. So I think, when we come to think about the issues around productivity and traditional ideas of what that is, I think that, from our perspective, traditional ideas of productivity are probably a bit outdated, and I don't think value both the paid work and unpaid work that's going on in this country to keep it running every day. And that if we are thinking about things purely from a perspective of inputs versus outputs, we're missing a huge opportunity to embrace and celebrate all of the work that goes into making us a really productive society. So just a few things I'd point out, and then I'm happy to take questions, that I think that our current productivity, the discussion around productivity really doesn't take into account all of the unpaid labour that goes into our society. Now, whether that's the unpaid care work, that means that someone is raising children, someone is doing the household labour, someone is cooking and cleaning, someone is caring for elderly relatives, someone's volunteering in their community. But it's also the work that goes into ensuring that someone can be at work. So for every worker that it's at work, there's been probably several hours of unpaid labour that's gone into ensuring that they've got food on the table, uniforms laundered, all of those kinds of things. And we just need to be really mindful that someone is doing that work and it is valuable work and we need to account for it. I also think that we can't think of workers as sort of automatons who can show up to work uninterrupted with, only energy for their employment, and they have nothing else going on in their lives. We have to accept that workers come to work as human beings, and that means sometimes they have sick kids and sometimes they've got caring responsibilities that they have to take care of, and that is no less productive, and that makes them no less productive because that work is also very important. The other thing I think about when we talk about productivity is how difficult it is to measure that in some of the work that our members do, because if a worker is working in a homelessness service, what does increased productivity look like in that service? Is it a worker spending less time with each person who needs a home or who needs some wraparound support or who needs to be put into counselling services? Or is it about the quality of the outcomes that the people who need them get? I guess it's more straightforward thinking about like a nurse than it is sometimes in some of the more the sectors that our members work in. But I don't see productivity as a nurse spending less time with each patient and just hoping that improves outcomes. That actually we need to look at what those outcomes actually are. And then finally, I would also say that I think that what we're seeing is that flexibility in the workplace is really adding to productivity and getting better outcomes, because it keeps the more that a worker can manage their work and their life, and the more that they're not burnt out and they're able to show up to work every day and do their job, means that we're keeping skilled workers in the workforce, reducing turnover, having greater participation in the workforce from everyone, and meaning we've got the maximum number of people who have got skills and attributes to offer, giving the opportunity to participate in the workforce. And that would be a huge missed opportunity for us as an economy if we didn't take that into account. One last thing that I would say is that the other thing we're really conscious of as a union is around technological advancements like AI, and our members are not saying that we should be standing in the way of rolling out AI. We know we can't hold the sea back with a broom, and it has the huge opportunity to make their working lives better if it can reduce the repetitive tasks and the things that make their reduce and let them spend more time on the things like that use their more human-centered skills like problem solving and teamwork and those kind of things. But I would say, to the extent that it does increase productivity or profits or makes companies making more money, that needs to be shared with everyone, because it's really, really important that the way that it rolls out doesn't end up with less people in the workforce, but actually ends up with better quality jobs and better people able to stay in the workforce. And I think there's lots of different ways that can happen, but I do think that ensuring that workers both have the training and skills they need to be able to best use these tools as they roll out, and are not just trained in how to use the one in their workplace, but trained to really shift the mindset of what's going to be required in thinking about how we engage with these tools, but then also ensure that any productivity dividends are shared, so that the social license for this, huge transition remains, I think is really critical. And that can happen through increased wages, but it can also happen through workers getting time back. And it could be a really good opportunity to be thinking about, if we're reducing the amount of time that or the amount of repetitive task workers are doing, maybe we can share some of that and workers can get some time back. So those are the things that are on the mind of me as the leader of our union, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. I should just declare I do not have a conflict, but the Australian Services Union was my previous workplace before entering the Senate, and Emmeline and I were colleagues, just for the record. So
we're very sad to see you go, but glad for Australia.
Thank you. Your opening statement is very comprehensive. I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about, in your experience, what you've seen. The ASU represents women who work in the care economy. So the effects of things like expanded childcare, paid parental leave, paid family and domestic violence leave, in terms of the experience of your members and their workforce participation, what have you seen as a result of these sorts of workplace changes and access to those sorts of benefits? And, in terms of workforce participation and improvements, and what does that mean for productivity? I think you touched on it kind of in your introduction, but I guess more from the perspective of the workers who are in employment.
Excellent, thank you. I mean, I think there are whole generations of predominantly women who would not be able to work but for access to childcare, and that has been a revolution in workforce participation and enabling us to get the very best minds, the smartest and most competent people, and have access to all of the workers in the marketplace, rather than just those that can participate because someone else is looking after their child for them in an unpaid basis. So I think that it's those measures have been extraordinary in the impact that they've had on women workers and capacity to participate in the economy, earn money, contribute to the economy. But most importantly, I think it's such an opportunity for all of us, because it, as I said, it doubles the pool of people that we have access to, and means that every person has got the opportunity to thrive and have the very best ideas put out there. I think that's best for everyone. I think things like family and domestic violence leave are also absolutely life-changing, because rather than people who are going through those really, really difficult times have to leave the workforce or reduce their hours from full-time to part-time to be able to manage those things, they're able to keep that strong connection with the workplace, continue to contribute, but also have the opportunity they need to go and deal with the things they need to do, so that them and their children are safe and they can continue to show up every day and do that work. So I think there's more to go, but there's more to do. But absent those measures, I think we'd be holding back a whole generation of women who have got so much to contribute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We have talked about this question of how productivity is measured in this country over a range of days of this inquiry. And I think the ASU has a unique perspective because you're not just representing women who participate in the workforce, but you're also representing many of the workers who make that participation possible. The care sector is often characterised as low productivity, and we've seen some submissions that have even said that it is a drag on productivity growth. But how important is the economic infrastructure that this industry plays, given that the role they play in enabling workforce participation is particularly for women, do you think? And does that suggest there is a problem with how we measure productivity?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think I should hope that those who proffer ideas that jobs that are caring for other people are a drag on the economy or productivity should never need to rely on aged care support as they get older, or aren't sick and in hospital and need a nurse to support them, because, I just think it's extraordinary that it's 2026 and we're having that debate. But I think that
I think it's more about the models that we use to measure productivity just discount this entire industry that's only getting larger.
Yeah, and I think that's right, because the fact of the matter is the building of bridges and the manufacturing, those industries can only run because the care sector is operating, because that is what enables everyone in the community to do everything that we do, and without it, we'd not be able to achieve anything that we're trying to achieve in all of those other sectors. So I think we need to have measures of, when we're talking about productivity, we need to be talking about, what does a healthy and well society look like? What are the outcomes we want for people who are needing social support or healthcare assistance? What is the labour that keeps communities functioning every day? And how we value the care and the social connection and environmental sustainability. All of those things need to be measured in, because otherwise we're looking at the wrong thing. We're not looking at what makes us the society that we want to be in, which is obviously prosperous, but also inclusive and healthy, and where people have the support they need when they need it.
And so I guess it's not just the care sector, like you said in the beginning, and there's also been, the comments made in this inquiry about investment in the public sector more broadly. The ASU represents local government workers, you mentioned in your opening statement. Would you have any comments more broadly about the contribution of investment in public service more broadly? So in this example, local government, but it might also apply to state and federal, in terms of the productivity of our economy and what's measured?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think look at libraries as a perfect example of something that is extremely difficult to measure in the traditional way about what the output is, because you can't just measure how many books are borrowed, about the impact of a library in the community. Libraries are increasingly social service hubs where people, whether on an incredibly hot day, show up for air conditioning, or people who are not particularly savvy with technology go to get help when they need to log on to their Centrelink portal, or people experiencing extreme social disadvantage go for some help and support. And that is just not captured in if we're just looking at what is, the impact of a library. And so I think it does again go back to what is the labour that keeps communities thriving, and what does the society that we all want to look like? What does the society that we all live in look like, and what do we want that to look like? And I think that without increased investment in those particularly really local services that people touch every single day, we're not gonna meet the objectives of, I think, living in a prosperous and inclusive society. And so, you know, and I would also say that it's also how people feel respected and heard as part of their society. Is, you know, if they're walking around their local area and they've got access to a good park and a good leisure centre and a good library and social support when they need it, and the waste is collected, and, you know, then they have a sense of pride in their community, then I think it means that people are so much more invested in our society and less marginalised. And at times like this, where I think we're seeing more fractures in society, it's more important than ever that we're looking to measures of what does an inclusive and prosperous society look like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, just one question that is slightly different. We've had some commentary, particularly about industrial relations and, how it may or may not contribute to productivity. I wondered if, from your perspective, you could talk about what you've seen around the benefits of changes to the industrial relations reforms brought in by this government, and how that improves productivity. And I guess in terms of multi-employer bargaining, I think would be an example that comes to mind from my old time, and how that assists with productivity. But any other reflections? I mean, you talked about workplace flexibility a bit in your opening statement already, but anything else that
for sure
you've observed?
I think there are three things that come to mind. I think the first is the reforms to the Fair Work Act that the government made around gender-based undervaluation and gender equality, and putting gender equality as a key objective of the Fair Work Act. That has seen whole workforces of people have their wages properly valued for the first time. We're still, as our union, going through using that, and we've got a case before the Commission at the moment. But I think changing the way that the Fair Work Commission values work, and that gender equity is an important part of that, has been incredibly important, and means that the skills of so many workers will be properly valued for the first time. So I think, first of all, that's been critically important. The second thing I think is the stuff that you touched on around the multi-employer bargaining going on in Victoria at the moment. And I think there's so much, if you want to talk about reduction in sort of red tape, that is such a good example of where instead of having 9 different employers all sitting down with doing the same thing with the same people and just having separate conversations, they're able to have one conversation all together and do that. So first of all, I think it's incredibly effective as a way of resolving industrial issues more quickly, because you don't have the same argument going on in 9 different places at the same time, all with basically the same or similar people at the table. But second of all, again, it means that workers who are doing the same work across the road from one another are able to work together to make sure that the work they're doing and the value that they're providing to their community is properly valued. And that, I think, has been really, really fantastic. And I have to say, it's been so heartening to see the support of the community for those workers in that struggle, because when there have been days where people's bins have not been picked up because the workers who do that work have been taking industrial action, the support of the community has been overwhelmingly in support of those workers, because they know that without them getting up at 2 a.m. every morning and coming and doing the hard yakka that they do every day for our communities, we'd be completely stuffed. And so it has been really heartening to see that the community is so overwhelmingly on the side of those workers getting a fair pay deal. And then The third thing I would say is that I really do think that IR reforms have got the opportunity to enhance productivity through ensuring that work is well balanced between work and people being able to manage life and having some time back. And so it's been really, really important. And I think there is more work to do, but I think the reforms around flexible work arrangements have been really, really critically important and really good for workplaces and really good for employers as well. Because it's enabled really good productive discussions in workplaces rather than sort of setting people up as counterposed and having to have sort of a big fight. It actually just enabled really good discussions and being able to find solutions. And so I think that I'm really looking forward to working on more things like around working from home and 4-day work weeks and those kind of things that our members tell us are really important, and how we can work with government but also employers to see those become a reality.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks very much for being there today. You go with our best wishes, and the committee will now suspend for 15 minutes. Now welcome representatives from the Community Early Learning Australia and the Front Project via video conference. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Please state your name and capacity in which you appear.
My name's Michelle Carnegie. I'm the CEO of Community Early Learning Australia.
And Dr. Caroline Crozaballo, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Front Project.
Okay, do you have brief opening statements?
Yes, we do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name's Michelle Carnegie and I'm the CEO of Community Early Learning Australia, otherwise known as CELA. CELA is a member-based national peak body. We support over 1,800 community-managed and small providers of early education and care who employ more than 27,000 educators and teachers across all early education and care service types. Our mission is to deliver effective and expert support to our members and to amplify the voices of community-managed and small providers. We promote the value and importance of community-managed, not-for-profit early education and care. And on any measure, the greatest investment that we can make in our citizens is by providing high-quality early education and care for our children in their first 5 years. Early childhood education is the foundation of a successful society and a productive economy. High quality early childhood education delivered by capable leaders and qualified, experienced educators and teachers across Australia provides a triple benefit for investment through growing the workforce, through parental participation, improving child education and development outcomes, delivering over 260,000 secure professional jobs. Early childhood education is both a contributor to productivity as well as an enabler. It enables productivity throughout the economy, most evidently through increased workforce participation. Australia has seen a marked increase in the number of women with children under the age of 15, a marked increase in workforce participation from mothers with children under the age of 15 because of Australia's investment in early education and care. The increase is up by 80% since 2009. Secondly, investment in the education and care of children in their first 5 years has the greatest impact on their lifetime educational job prospects. Children who start behind stay behind. Our future human capital depends on every child getting the best start in life. Thirdly, it supports productivity through the reduction in preventable social costs. Children accessing high-quality early education and care are more likely to have better physical and mental health outcomes and are less likely to engage in crime over their lifetime. Families currently accessing early education and care are also likely to have better outcomes through increased access to parenting resources and support, access to early intervention, and reduced likelihood of poverty. These impacts are particularly amplified in rural and remote communities. Ultimately, it all comes down to quality. Only high-quality early education and care programs deliver the full productivity benefits. Families will only utilise an early education and care system that they trust. And a recent AERO study found that child development improvements only occur at exceeding level of quality. There is much evidence before this inquiry on the limitations of traditional measures of productivity. Truly valuing and recognising the contribution of early education and care sector to Australia's growth will only come if we move away from these and recognise quality improvements as outputs as well. This will allow for clearer decisions on how to further invest in the sector and will clearly show that far from being a drain on the economy, early education and care is the foundation that holds it up. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Who else has a statement?
I do. Thank you, Senator.
Go ahead.
So, my name's Caroline Crozaballo. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Front Project, and we're a philanthropically funded think tank working on early childhood education and care. And I'd like to take my opportunity just to lay out a few thoughts about opportunities to improve productivity in the context of ECEC. Building on the words of Michelle, I think it's worth just laying out what matters for productivity in ECEC. And so I think one of the things Michelle has really just pointed out for us is that productivity in ECEC cannot be decoupled from the quality of the service provided. So in addition, for example, to the study she cited from Aero linking quality in ECEC and child development outcomes, the First 5 Years project, which was auspiced by the Commonwealth Department for Education and released at the end of last year, suggests, in fact, that participation in lower quality ECEC, particularly for higher numbers of hours, is actually associated with worse developmental outcomes on entry to school than for children from equivalent backgrounds who only participate in preschool. Now, that's a really hard finding for those of us who are really dedicated to participation in high quality and ECEC. But what it tells us is you cannot trade off quality for reduced expenditure and still achieve benefits, especially to children, and also to government in terms of reduced ongoing expenditure in social services. So kind of the first thing I want to say is it's not kind of a hippy-dippy, well-meaning feeling thing to sort of say quality matters. Quality really matters, and you cannot decouple quality if you want to achieve productivity. I think the second thing, and Michelle touched on this beautifully as well, productivity in ECEC rests on high-quality relationships between a consistent, well-supported educator workforce and children. Now, that makes sense to us increasingly as we become really good at understanding the neuroscience. Children's brains grow in these high-quality back-and-forth interactions with educators and their peers. So we know a lot about how child development really rests on secure attachment, and then on kind of this serve and return is the language that you hear used by the child development experts. Now, what that means is that the quality and consistency of relationships is a critical enabler to developing quality in an ECEC service. So I've appeared before a different committee in this House, where I referred to work done by Professor Karen Thorpe at the Queensland Brain Institute, where she had a PhD student sitting in ECEC services in low SES areas, where they observed turnover of the primary educator for children in the toddler room, so age 1 to 2, of every 6 weeks. So can you imagine that you are getting the high quality child development outcomes when that kid every 6 weeks is learning a new name, a new routine, a new interaction? So the second key insight I really wanted to leave the committee with today is that you cannot divorce high quality relationships between a consistent, well-supported educator workforce and children. And what that means when you're thinking about productivity measure is kind of a bit mixed. So one of the usual ways, and you've heard a lot of evidence about this, that we measure productivity is we think about revenue per worker. So if you can kind of get more revenue per worker, you've kind of got a bit more productivity. And in fact, in ECEC, increased revenue per worker might reflect that we have higher pay and better conditions, driving increased fees, increased revenue. And so that actually might reflect that you're getting a higher quality relationship. And so you might be getting higher productivity associated with higher revenue per worker. So in that way, the kind of traditional productivity measure might work. Of course, the more standard way of increasing revenue per worker is to decrease the number of workers for the amount of revenue that you are generating. And that is going to cut against what we know about quality, because it's going to cut against consistency of relationships. So if many of you would be familiar with running a rostering system, right? If you're running to absolute bare minimum, it's really hard to ensure consistency of people with the child. So we know then that if productivity rests on high quality relationships, our current kind of measurements probably aren't cutting it in terms of making sure that we're measuring what matters in terms of ECEC productivity. And you heard from a lot of people who are much smarter and better informed than me about what the kind of economic measurements you might want to use are. What I wanted to just spend a little bit of time on was to think about what are the opportunities for you to recommend as a committee. So one of the things that I am very interested in is how can we use the enormous amount of information that we already collect about businesses providing ECEC and about child data outcomes, and how can we bring those together to better understand what is driving outcomes for children in our sector. So we recently did a piece of work with Mandala where they linked firm level data on about 2,000 providers with national quality standards. And what they showed is that revenue intensity and quality are barely linked. So we see high revenue per worker services with low quality and plenty of low revenue per worker services with high quality. And what that suggests to us is that there's a spread. And the great thing about a spread is you can arbitrage it, right? So we can start to sort of unpack what are the characteristics of the providers who are doing better, and how could we use this linked data to support providers to achieve better outcomes for the same input of revenue. And so I think one observation is that it's a little bit surprising that a think tank did this work and that no one in government has been doing this work of kind of linking the data that's held by something called BLADE. If you've been in deep linked data nerdery, that's the kind of deep business longitudinal data that's available through the ABS. No one's linking that to PLEDA, which is the person level data where you can really start to see child development outcomes. We don't see a sustained program of work that's trying to say, hey, let's look at all the providers in the sector. What are the ones that are doing the things that we know matter for kids? How are they structuring their businesses? What are they doing in terms of workforce continuity? How do we encourage providers to do the things that we know matter without just saying, let's tip more money in or let's tip extra humans in? We probably need both, but actually we can really be efficient about our investments if we're much smarter about understanding the system. And so I think that was the kind of opportunity I wanted to put before the commission, before the inquiry today. I note that education ministers are having a live conversation at the moment about the possibility of a national early childhood education and care commission. That could be a wonderful place to embed this kind of capability. But I think until we take seriously the idea that the market itself is not just going to deliver the outcomes that we're looking for, that we actually have to actively steward by looking for the patterns of the things that matter to us and then driving market settings to incentivise towards that, we're probably not going to get the more productive sector that we are looking for. And I'll finish there.
Okay. I just have a couple of quick ones and I'll go to Senator Darmanin. So what do you think is the best measurement of productivity in the childcare system that is not the traditional measures that we would use, which is the output of hours worked or the output of capital?
Carolyn, do you want to go first?
Yeah, happy to kick off there, Senator. I suspect that any measurement that we use for productivity is going to have to incorporate a measure of consistency of workforce with child. Like, I kind of think that is a measure that we can get to pretty easily because we have ATO records and we have the kind of ability to track that. I think there's something about workforce consistency that would probably help capture the quality benefit that we know we have to capture in our measurement scenario. And I note, for example, that Kate Harrison-Brennan has been doing really interesting work in aged care, looking at the kind of similar question of how do you capture the metrics of the relationship between the carer and the person being cared for. So to me, that feels like the thing you need to add in, but you'll need some wonky economists to kind of work out how do you then norm that and say this is what good looks like.
Okay.
I think from my perspective that productivity should be measured by quality. I think quality is the key foundation to everything. And where we see high quality, that is where we see the greatest benefit for children. It's where we see a harmonised workforce that's informed by data, that is well paid, that is stable, that is not subjected to the high levels of turnover and the additional work that comes from that churn. And where we see quality is where we see the greatest return. Quality is often mostly delivered through exactly the same funding envelope. And so it's the components that are within that envelope that are around the children, which is the educators and the teachers, who have strong leadership, they have strong levels of qualification, they engage in ongoing professional development, they're paid a professional wage, it results in a consistent group team of people with children. That is where you get the internal productivity gain through quality and the best quality outcomes for children's lives.
Okay, thanks, Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. You've stolen some of my questions, Senator Bragg. That's all right. Efficiency. In terms of universal access to early childhood education, what does this really mean in practice? And can you talk a bit about what are the productivity costs when access might remain uneven or unavailable?
I'm happy to take that, Carolyn, first, if you, So, Senator, universal, there's not a very clear definition on it, so I'll give you my definition, and it's where early education and care is available to all children, no matter where they are living, and it means that it's delivered by a professional workforce that is driving quality standards to deliver high quality for all children, and that it's affordable. But most importantly, that it's available everywhere across Australia. And being in the fortunate position that I am to travel across Australia, I see where it works so beautifully, but oh my goodness, I see the impact on communities when it simply doesn't exist. I see that in the children, I see it in women, and I see it in men equally, I have to say. And the voices are very loud in regional communities where they don't have access to early education and care. The impact that has on children and on families, and in particular, parents' ability to participate in the workforce, their economic success, their economic sustainability as families, their ability to access the resources that they need to successfully parent. And in addition to that, regional towns that often go through drought and all sorts of issues that are associated with the dominant nature of agricultural industries, they are missing out on the economic benefit that comes from usually women, but sometimes men as well, diversifying their income through other work, either in town or remotely. As we know, you can live anywhere and work in most jobs, utilising skills and qualifications to be able to work, earn money, and then contribute to the successful economy of that country town. And I see that everywhere I go. It is so deeply felt at a local government level, at a regional level, and most definitely at a household level and a child level.
Thank you. Just on the, I hadn't, you're right in terms of that question of universal. It could mean a range of different things. I was only thinking about one definition, but I wondered, do you have data on that question of regional gaps, or I think, do you call them deserts? Like, are they? I've heard that phrase in different contexts, but yes. Like, what's the data on areas where we have lack of access? Do you know?
We would be able to. I do have a lot of data that I could share with you at the moment, but we do have a lot of work on that you may be better served if we send that to you. So we could take that on notice.
Yeah, on notice. That would, if you could.
Yes, yeah.
And that'd be great.
Yeah, the multiplier is extraordinary in regional areas. So we would be really happy to send that data to you based on broader evidence, but also the work that we've done at CELA.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's fantastic. In your opening statement, you did talk about this. I didn't get the number, but I thought it was, did you say, just in terms of the economic benefits of basically women working who would otherwise not be able to because of their access to affordable care, was it 80%?
So the quote
was the 80% number? It was extraordinary to me.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? So Australia's seen a marked increase in the number of women with children under the age of 15 because of the investment in early education and care. So women participating in the workforce since 2009 has increased by nearly 80%.
Yeah.
Sorry, just to clarify that, it's to 80%, Senator. So it's from 68% in 2009 to 80% participation.
Yeah. Okay. But still, I mean, that is significant. If we, a labour force shortage kind of universal, we've heard a lot about skills shortages. If, anything we can do to unlock existing working age people into jobs is what we need. So, yeah, that's good. Okay, I got that right. In terms of the line of questioning that Senator Bragg had earlier around how you measure productivity, this question about quality is really interesting. Do you have any examples elsewhere around the world where governments have taken this approach? And what could we learn from how we change our policy thinking to measuring care in this way?
So the Australian Institute estimates that if Australian women had Nordic-level workforce participation and full-time work opportunities, GDP would be around $132 billion per year higher. The PC inquiry into early education and care explicitly highlighted that early education and care is a critical enabler of parent and carer workforce participation, especially for mothers. And the ABS data continues to show that caring for children is the leading barrier to women taking up work where they want it. And we often point to the Nordic countries around our North Star in terms of how we can create that enabling environment for women to be able to participate in the workforce.
And so what is it?
May I add something to that, Senator and Michelle? So there is evidence in the submissions before the committee from the ABS referring to where they have taken into account quality factors that actually have shown that in the health sector, productivity has grown when you take into the account the actual change and improvements in quality. So that's evidence before the inquiry through those submissions. It was the ABS submission that had that information as well as others. I'd also just add that in relation to Australia and early childhood, we actually have a world-leading quality
measurement system. So we have a quality standard, and every single service is assessed against that standard, and we can see over time the changes to the quality in the providers across the providers of the system, and we've already seen that system work quite significantly to improve quality. So I'll just find the data on it, but for example, I think 92%, the most recent measures from the ASEQA snapshot is that 92% of early childhood services in Australia are operating at a meeting or higher than the national quality standard, which is compared to 80% of services 10 years ago. So we can actually see through that measurement that exists uniquely in the Australian context. There is no equivalent internationally to the level that we have in Australia that shows that level of quality improvement.
So we have
I think
building blocks.
We really do, Senator, and people do often look elsewhere for the solutions. I think we have them within our own nation. There is a lot that we need to preserve, and there are some things we need to harmonise.
Senator,
that is a very nice thing for you to say. It's good to hear that for a change.
Senator, could I add just a little bit to that and building on Laura's point? Because I think not only do we have a kind of world-leading national quality standard and framework, we also have a world-leading Australian early development census, which measures the developmental progress of children every 3 years, like all children every 3 years as they're entering school. So we kind of get a snapshot of our reception cohort every year. In addition to that, the governments of Australia are working together on something called a preschool outcomes measure, which is again going to give us another layer of evidence around what is happening in terms of tracking progress of child development in their preschool years. And I think this gets to the point I was trying to make before. It's definitely not that we don't have the data. I think we are not spending a lot of time doing the sorts of things that if we were tech bros, we would be doing, right? Which is sitting down, doing some fancy econometrics, looking at cluster analysis and trying to understand exactly where are the relationships that matter, because we actually aren't going after opportunities, I think, that could make a real difference because they kind of don't stack up with our usual ways of seeing and understanding the world. So to me, I think the real opportunity for the committee is both obviously to consider what the definition of productivity is, but also to invest in what is already a world-class linked data infrastructure to try and actually get the most out of understanding. And actually, while I have the platform, I would just like to say, in addition to all of those great administrative data sets, you have wonderful things like Generation V, which is the whole Victorian birth cohort study being run out of Murdoch Children's Research Institute, where they're literally tracking children from birth with their biophysical markers, along with administrative data about what services they're accessing. So we're going to be able to build really complex pictures about what makes a difference to children. We're going to be able to translate that to what's happening in services for workers in those services. And then we're going to be able to set policy settings that say, hey, let's reward more of this and less of that. And that feels like a really exciting opportunity.
Yeah. So it sounds like we either are or are building on the data that we need, but it also sounds like that data is not currently being fed into the productivity measurements that we conventionally use. Okay, well, that's great and very useful for our inquiry. I'm being given the wind up by the looks of it.
No, do you want more questions?
Just one more quick one. And I think it's implied in what you've been saying all along, but I would assume that recognising this work as skilled professional work and then paying it appropriately is very much linked to quality outcomes and that higher productivity return from everything that you've been saying. Is that right? Yeah,
that is right.
Nodding.
Yes, that is correct. Yes. It's the greatest quality driver. The greatest quality driver are the people that are around children and the consistency of the people around children.
Which no turnover, consistent relationships.
Yeah. Exactly.
Thank you.
Senator, if I can just sneakily add on the end of that, in one of my previous roles, I worked for the Honourable Julia Gillard as the Royal Commissioner into Early Childhood Education and Care in South Australia. And one of the things that the Commissioner was looking at in that context was where is the biggest bang for buck in terms of investment in improving quality in early childhood education and care. And professional pay is clearly completely critical. But one of the things that Royal Commission recommended was increased hours to support planning. And we really know that, like, if you're well paid, but you're constantly in the reactive mode and you're being asked, for example, to clean the toilets in your staff break, or if you're being asked to kind of constantly do other things and you don't engage in proactive planning of your pedagogy, connection with the other members of the team who are working in the class, in the room, those are the things that make a difference to that high quality relational back and forth. And so I think it's really important that we think about not just pay, but we think about conditions. And that's one of the areas where I'm really interested in exploring more.
Yep. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Nataraja.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the measuring what matters. And you mentioned earlier some of the proxies for quality, talked about worker stability, pay, lower turnover, the incorporation of data for some of them. I'm interested to know about what your thoughts on continuing education and professional development, and whether that is in any way linked to quality, and any others that you think the committee should consider in terms of proxies, things that are easier to measure than this kind of nebulous concept of quality.
I'm happy to go first if that's all right. So the Front Project has prepared a report which I'm happy to share with the committee.
Please do.
In relation to the connections between workforce stability and quality. So we looked at, particularly we were looking at services operating in the lowest socioeconomic area and trying to understand what are the workforce conditions in those services that are exceeding the national quality standard versus those that are working towards or meeting the national quality standard. And that gave us a good sense of what those proxies are, and they probably won't surprise you. They are things like being paid above the award rate. They're things like having more time off the floor. They're things like access to parental leave and kind of additional kinds of leave benefits. And all of those, I think you could probably bundle into some kind of measure around making it an attractive place to work, that people are actually staying. And so there's a continuity there. In terms of continuing professional development, I think one of the challenges for the committee is to think about, are you developing a metric that gives you an indicator of how the system's going, or are you trying to use something that you say, this is what people should do? Because if you sort of say, oh, well, if you do more continuing professional development, therefore we will give you more money, for example, you're not necessarily going to be incentivizing the kind of continuing professional development that will lead to the outcomes that you're looking for. And so I think one of the real challenges is, how do we know what the right kinds of additional actions are? And so I think one of the things we've been thinking about is at a provider level. So in ECEC, sort of roughly half of your providers are standalone or very small, and then you kind of have a clump who are kind of 5 to 15 services, and then you have a clump who are more than that. What are the markers at a provider level that are likely to indicate quality? So providers who, for example, have quality improvement functions internally. So they dedicate time and space to a quality coach coming along and working in services. That can be done in individual services. Often individual services will access coaching for educators. But when you start to see it at the provider level, that tends to be an indicator that they are going to be offering a higher quality service. And I think these are the kinds of things, when I say the magic of linked data, these are the sorts of things that if we do proper exploration of understanding what are the inputs, then we'll be able to kind of draw out the patterns and say, these are the kinds of things that work. Now, in terms of increasing professionalisation, I think one of the challenges of increasing professionalisation is ensuring that your qualifications are fit for purpose and actually delivering the kind of skilled workforce that we're looking for. There's been a recent review around some of the vet qualifications, which sounds really encouraging from those who've been involved with it, because it's really about increasing the kinds of things that we know make a difference to children. But if we're not ensuring the quality of the provision, so if we're not ensuring RTO quality, and increasingly there are questions being asked by providers about the quality of the university qualifications being offered, we really need to be assured of the quality of the continuing profession. So that's the kind of nuance, I think, as well, and something that we need to keep working on.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
And I'd like to add, I think that's amazing points there, Carolyn. I'd just like to add that it's the quality of the foundational qualifications are critical in terms of university or level or RTO level qualifications. But in addition to that, it's the ongoing professional development at the centre level that is really contextualised to the community and the cohort of the children that the service is supporting. And this is where we see the greatest impact in quality and professionalism and professional growth and benefits for children. So you've got that multiple impact when the professional development is designed for the context of the community and the cohort of the children. The other point is
could we have that? Sorry, could we have some supporting data for that? That would be useful. But keep going.
Thank you. And then the other point is leadership training and building the capability of leaders to be able to successfully undertake their role. Leaders in early education across every service are every day undertaking very complex and demanding roles within their service. So building that leadership capability is critical, and that is where we see that to be a driver of quality as well. And then, of course, time to be able to plan and to be able to implement the professional development opportunities that everybody has taken part in is incredibly important as well. Comes back to conditions.
Mm-hmm. If I can just add to that, I mean, this is all very complex and there's a lot of specific information that relates to the operations of services. But from a very basic productivity level, what we're talking about is that when you have experienced employees who know what they're doing and feel confident in what they're doing and they're staying in their jobs, they're able to produce a better quality outcome in a shorter amount of time, which is ultimately a productivity gain. And if we continue down the process that we're in now, we're having quite high turnover, exactly like Carolyn mentioned earlier. We're losing that productivity because we're having to put effort and resources into recruitment. We're onboarding, mentoring. There's additional stress in the team while they're trying to learn how to deal with a new team member. There's increased stress because the children are more stressed and they've got challenges involved and all of that sort of stuff. So you end up with a bit of a vicious cycle that actually puts a strong handbrake on productivity. So we would strongly reiterate that investment in improving the quality of educators and their roles and their jobs is one of the most significant contributors to increasing and improving the outcome you get from at the end for children for the investment that is put into early childhood.
I wonder if you could briefly talk about the differences between the for-profit and the not-for-profit sectors in terms of quality or even measuring productivity. And I know in the not-for-profit sector, there's a lot of variation there. There are some council-run ones. There are others that are standalone. Just interested in some sort of high-level commentary.
Yeah, I'm happy to kick off on that one. I think The most important thing to say is that there are high quality for profit providers and there are low quality not for profit providers. One of the challenges I think that we have as a sector is that we haven't built a nuanced way of talking about how do we identify what I think of as good faith providers versus providers who are here to be in and out quickly, right? And that is not a for-profit question. There are business models that are driven by in and out, not about long-term quality investments. They're the providers who you tend to see the lower quality outcomes for. So if you talk to the Australian Childcare Alliance or if you talk to some of the really large providers, what they will say is that they have learnt over a long period of time that the only sustainable business model is a sustainable business model built on a well-remunerated workforce that stays for all the reasons Laura just talked about and provides an ongoing quality service. So in terms of the challenges that the sector is facing, a couple of different challenges are emerging in terms of quality and provider type. So one, as I say, there is a challenge of a flip model of people who are looking to aggregate a number of services and flip them over quickly to someone who will buy them at a premium. And we're living through the tail end of that in some of the, for example, in some of the Genius closures that have been sold on to G8 that are now closing again. You know, we kind of see the long tail of a faster business model, and we see that play out in terms of less good outcomes for children. We also see that there are a range of services that are really struggling at the moment because they are under pressure from both high rents, and that has something to do with the structure of the property structures underneath. So again, we need to think about what are the incentives of property owners, and kind of are they in it for the long term or are they in it for the short term? And then if they're particularly under rental stress, and this happens for both for-profits and not-for-profits, the current occupancy crisis, which is a real reduction in the number of children seeking to access ECEC, or number of families seeking to access ECEC, is coming together to create a really challenging situation for a number of businesses across both for-profit and not-for-profit. And the reason why that should be a problem for us is usually we're kind of like, oh, well, let the market choose. And I don't really mind if the Bunnings closes or the whatever. The challenge when you have services that are under financial pressure, for-profit or not-for-profit, is that quality goes down. And we see this kind of quality spiral as services have less money to be able to invest in the things that matter. So one of the first things to go in a really under pressure service is cleaning. And then who's doing your cleaning? Oh, that would be your educators. And so are you going to have educators who are having high quality intentional interactions with the children? No, you're not, because they're getting worked off their feet doing the cleaning. So you can start to see these kinds of quality spirals that go down when there's significant economic pressure. I think that's another question for us to kind of really grapple with. I don't know if that answers your question. But...
No, it's a very valuable insight, I think, for the committee. Thank you. I know we don't have a lot of time, and I'm going to get the move on in a second. I'm gathering from the commentary you've given that you would like us to consider funding for research into data linkage, or something along those lines. Would that be fair?
A standing linked data set that is used by system stewards in government to develop insights. So it's not just funding for research. It's like actually the linking of it is very tiresome and cumbersome. Let's make it a standing asset.
Yeah. If you could on notice give us a list of those data sets you think that should be linked, and who the stewards are, the data custodians, that would be helpful. And one little thing, I know in your opening statement you talked about how important early childhood education and care is. The other thing that's worth considering here is that it's a protective factor against dementia. And dementia rates are plummeting around advanced countries. Plummeting. Lancet Dementia Commission. Have a look at it. It talks it up.
Thank you, Senator.
There you go. You're welcome.
We'll look at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being there, and you go with our very best wishes and thanks. And we now move to our next witnesses, and I now welcome representatives from Heidi Health and NexusMD.ai. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, I will now ask you to please, we'll just suspend briefly and we will resume shortly. And we will resume, I understand, with Heidi Health. Now, I understand that information on privilege has been provided to you. Can you please state your name and capacity in which you appear?
Thank you, Senator. My name is Dr. Simon Koss. I am the Global Chief Medical Officer at Heidi Health.
Could you have a brief opening statement?
This is my first time turning up to a Senate's estimate committee. I'm here at your disposal. I do not have an agenda or a case to prosecute. I'm here to answer your questions. Okay,
well, we can go straight to questions then. And I think Senator Nanda Raja has some questions for you.
Yeah, I do. Hi. Thanks for coming. And I just interested to know about how you're thinking around the incorporation of AI and digital tools in healthcare. Obviously, healthcare has been, I would argue, at the vanguard of this shift. It's already happening. It's been happening for years. What do you see as the next frontier in terms of development, and what are some of the barriers to adoption and implementation?
Thank you, Senator. Can I provide some context to where I'm coming from and a bit of a timeline for how that's unfolded to project out where we're going in the future? So just by background, I practiced emergency critical care medicine in New South Wales back at 1999 through 2002. And even then, healthcare was using artificial intelligence. We had ECG machines producing automated diagnostic interpretations. And so healthcare has been using artificial intelligence. There has been limited adoption of it, and it's mostly been in the diagnostic imaging interpretation space because that machine learning technology is last generation. With large amounts of training data and the interpreted reports, you can train a model to do a very specific thing. We call that narrow AI. Everything changed in 2022 when we had democratized large language models and the advent of generative AI. Globally, there have been a number of solutions, but by far and away the leading use case has been what we call artificial intelligence scribes, AI scribes. And this use case essentially means that when you go see your GP, they might ask you next, hey, I'm using an artificial intelligent note keeper to record our conversation and it will help me do the documentation. Do you mind if we record? For busy GPs and doctors and clinicians of all stripes, the administrative overhead has ballooned in recent years, and the workforce constraints means the time pressures are acute. They love this technology because all of a sudden they can focus their time and attention on the patient, and that low-value cognitive work of doing admin after the fact melts away. The market dynamic means that this AI technology has been rapidly adopted because of the functional benefits without the due diligence that a technologist or a governance organisation might ask. Hard questions like where's the data stored, how is it handled, is it used for training purposes and the rest of it. So we see this market adoption of we call it shadow AI when it's in an organisational sense. We see it walking in the front door, and it's quite well penetrated within the health sector at the moment. In the general practice space, about 40% of GPs are using AI scribes. In the UK, it's 60%. In Canada, it's 30%. So broadly adopted. And now larger organisations are asking some of the questions as they're challenged with this shadow AI within their organisation. How do we catch up? How do we put the right sort of guardrails in place? I will say that the AI scribe use case is validating the technology and creating trust. And now the clinicians are asking, well, what next? This is great. And so there's an appetite out there that many organisations are struggling to keep up with.
So are you saying that, let's take the AI scribe software, because that's what your company develops. Are you saying that you've developed this, you've deployed it, and there's been a catch-up from the regulators? Or
Absolutely.
were there... Oh, really? Okay. Do you want to talk us through some of that?
So Heidi's been in operation since 2019, but it was only in 2023 that we pivoted to the AI scribe use case, along with many other companies at the time. And then the adoption of that just virally occurred throughout healthcare organisations globally. To date, Heidi is one of the largest AI scribes by volume. We're doing about 2.7 sessions per week, 2.7 million sessions per week in 190 countries in 110 languages. So this is a bit of a runaway use case. In terms of regulators, because we operate in all of those global jurisdictions, we see the most stringent and the least stringent. The most stringent would probably be the UK's MHRA, where medical scribes are a Class 1 software as a medical device regulation, versus places in the US where they have autonomous prescribing with no human in the loop of medications for certain conditions. So we see the whole continuum. Here in Australia, the TGA has adopted a bit of a middle ground, and that means that organisations like Heidi are able to deploy and provide value, but there is a conversation going around safety and quality and how do we protect consumers.
And where should those regulations, guardrails, I guess, sit? The TGA wouldn't have... I don't even... the TGA is one entity, but what other entities should be engaged in this?
Yeah, I think there's a privacy and security conversation. So we've got the Australian privacy principles, and that governs where data sits and so forth. I think from a consumer perspective, there's a consent conversation, and so doctors are used to consenting patients for the capture of their medical information, but when they're actually recording, there are different consent requirements state by state, and that's important. It's not happening consistently, and it does need to happen. I think when we move beyond medical scribes into regulated territory, so the TGA looks after diagnosis, treatment, screening, monitoring. Organisations that produce AI scribe technology are going there. That's the next frontier. And so Heidi started as a scribe, but we do have multi-products these days that do evidence and agentic communications and even hardware. So I think regardless of your roots or your origin, you'll move into this regulated space. And so that's an ongoing conversation with the TGA. There's APRA, which regulates how, this is the Australian Health Practitioner Registration Authority, not the financial one, that regulates the professional discharge of clinicians as they deliver healthcare services. And that's changing when they're using artificial intelligence technologies. The various colleges that provide the standards and the education that goes forward. Universities have a role to play as well. I think this is a pretty broad conversation.
Yeah. In terms of, is your product mainly in general practice, or have you ventured into hospitals now?
We're implementing or deployed in at least 30 hospitals in Australia, including large deployments of well over 1,000 clinicians.
Okay, and we'll get to that in a minute. But in terms of how do you measure success? Like, what kind of metrics do you use? How do you capture, for example, productivity uplift?
Yeah, for an organisation like ours that is commercial, makes a product, revenue is one measure of success, and so as our business grows, that's a primary metric. We do benchmark our market impact, and that's success more holistically across the sector. And so we've got impact reports for Australia, New Zealand, for the UK, for Canada, and they're now published, and they aggregate what we're seeing across those geographies. What we find is there's productivity savings. And so when you deploy Heidi Scribe, generally for an 8-hour shift, it gives back clinicians 59 minutes. What that translates to, New Zealand, for example, has deployed nationally to every hospital. They find that in the emergency department, every clinician, regardless of seniority, will see an extra patient per shift. So there's real productivity savings. We also measure satisfaction. So clinicians love it because they're doing what they were trained to do rather than the admin, which they hate. There's patient acceptance, and that's surprisingly high. It's over 99% acceptance of the technology. And they like the fact that it gives more attention rather than a doctor with their back to them typing on the computer. We also measure things like overtime. So overtime use is rife in healthcare.
Yeah.
They call it pajama time because they finish their shift and then they need to do their notes, and they often do it at home. And whether they claim that or not, it has implications for the organisation. Unclaimed overtime has resulted in class actions in several states, and then claimed overtime is a cost burden to the healthcare sector as well. So Heidi impacts all of those. The one that's harder to measure is quality of notes. What we have historically found is notes are quite cursory and summary and don't have the whole colour of the conversation. When you record a transcript, you get a more complete note as well, but it's harder to measure quality.
And is that, you're absolutely right. Just to backtrack a little bit, burnout and fatigue is obviously a major problem in healthcare, and these can lead to injuries, can lead to errors, and so on. Have you captured the impact of this on those outcomes?
It's subjective. Clinicians report that they feel decreased cognitive load, more enjoyment at work. This is part of the debate that goes on because burnout is quite rife across the health industry, and we know the error rates are high as well. So these technologies are not infallible. They do introduce some of their own risks, but in terms of what the baseline is, we're dealing with a sector that's under strain.
For sure. Okay. Now, Heidi is obviously a great Australian success story, and we want to foster more companies like Heidi that come through. What does the committee need to consider in terms of ensuring we foster this kind of pipeline of talent and ideas and entrepreneurship?
And thank you for the acknowledgement. That's really appreciated. Look, we are very proud that as an Australian company, we can deliver at global scale. That's incredibly exciting. There's a technological foundation that allows us to do that. Before the advent of cloud computing and distributed web technologies, we wouldn't have been able to do that. So that's very exciting. The regulatory posture, being a comfortable middle ground between being overregulated and underregulated means it's viable to test in this Australian marketplace. Australia is a great test bed. You think about the health system we have, it's called the Westminster model. It comes out of the UK, and those Westminster models of care are prominent in socialised models of healthcare around the world, from Singapore to Canada to India to the Nordics in Europe. So you can test in Australia, and those results are relevant elsewhere in the world, which is fantastic. Some of the things that are a bit challenging about the Australian context is, despite some of the smartest people in the world, we're expensive in terms of cost of labour, and then access to capital for entrepreneurial startups is tight. So often we look overseas for capital raising and funding, and that naturally pulls technology organisations, especially to the US.
That's fascinating. I mean, we have one of the wealthiest countries in the world, and yet it's difficult to find capital for startups.
And our research chops are fantastic. The quality of the engineers that we create are brilliant, but we're not really a centre of gravity. So if you're looking at volume and scale, you can quickly run through some of that talent. So that becomes a constraint too.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I might hand over back to others, and I can see Nexus online.
Just wanted to introduce NexusMD.ai into the committee. Can you just state your name, please, and capacity in which you appear? You're on mute. Yep.
Oh, we both got microphones going. I'll turn them off.
Can hear you now, yeah. So to just state your name and capacity in which you appear, then we'll go to questions.
My name is Dr. John Ping. I'm an ED physician.
Thanks, Doctor.
And the medical director for Nexus.
My name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the Chief Customer Officer for NexusMD. Okay.
Do you have any opening comments, or do you want us to go to questions?
We've got a short speech to read through to you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear today. Our submission was not principally about artificial intelligence. It was about productivity, workforce capacity, and patient access. Healthcare is one of Australia's largest industries and one of the fastest growing areas of public expenditure. The demand continues to rise, while the workforce is already under sustained pressure. The practical question is not how to do the same work with fewer people, but it's how to enable the people we already have to spend more of their time delivering care. And we believe that Australia's healthcare productivity challenge is fundamentally an information problem. Across Australian healthcare, clinicians and support staff spend countless hours documenting, searching for information, re-entering data, reconciling records, and navigating systems that often cannot communicate. In many hospitals, particularly private and in regional settings, much of the bedside record continues to remain paper-based. So even when information is digital, it often cannot move efficiently across the entire patient journey. Artificial intelligence matters because it can solve both problems. It can transform conversations, handwriting, scanned documents, and PDFs into structured clinical information that help information move through interoperability and workflows. Importantly, this is not about replacing clinicians. It's about returning time to clinicians, nurses, allied health professionals, coders, health information managers, and administrative teams. Every hour that is recovered from avoidable administrative tasks is capacity that's returned to patient care without the years required to train another health professional.
As an ED physician, I'm still working on the ED floor. I would like to reinforce Andrew's points. His points not theoretical. For every shift, and I spend over time documenting, try to getting data out, try to reconcile the information from other sources. Those work are being done repeatedly during the journey the patient through ED through into the hospital. So in my view, the AI is not going to replace me, but put me in the center of the decision-making process, but liberating me from my computer, so put me back to the bedside, which is my job to look after my patient.
So our submission deliberately avoids relying on any specific vendor claims. We're using Australia's own national hospital cost data collection. Even a 1% productivity improvement across Australia's approximately $70 billion public hospital cost base represents about $700 million annually. This is not a forecast. It just demonstrates why there's a need for independent, real-world evaluation and scale deployment. Our recommendations are vendor neutral. They focus on interoperability, consistent risk-based regulation, sovereign capability, procurement reform, and moving proven tools beyond repeated pilots into safe wide system adoption. Because Australia's never lacked innovation. What we're lacking is adoption. In closing, that gap is one of the most practical opportunities available to improve healthcare access, workforce sustainability, and national productivity. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have some questions for you from Senator Nanaraja.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to unpack a few things in your submission. Could you perhaps talk us through the issue of interoperability standards, how this is a barrier? It speaks to one of your recommendations, recommendation 5, where you also cite an anti-information blocking rule. Now, I've had numerous colleagues from public hospitals who are heavy users of the EMR, for example, who have complained to me about the problems they're encountering with getting data out of their EMRs, the back end, for audit, for quality improvement, for research, for compliance, and so on and so forth. So I'm interested in this issue of the incumbents versus new entrants like yourselves, and what the committee needs to consider in terms of breaking what these barriers are and then how we go about breaking them down.
Okay, understood. There's a couple of aspects of that question. I'll try to address them as concisely. So, firstly, we do appreciate and understand that the Australian technical components have been put into an activity to improve interoperability throughout its public health. Now, there are two aspects of interoperability that are really impacted. The first one is there has to be a data model that has to be able to be shared. Considering that the majority of private hospitals and regional hospitals are still working in paper, the interoperability capability doesn't exist for them. The only way that can be done is through fax or through handwriting. So that's why one aspect of interoperability is converting from the existing method into a digital method, and that's not being addressed by the current government requirements. The second aspect around interoperability is the standards for where the interoperability exchange exists. We call it out that it's very important for productivity because that information is not being shared consistently in Australia. Even if there is a definitive vision for it to happen, it doesn't exist right now. You need to be fully validated with any of the public hospital systems using their US-based standards for interoperability in order for you to be even considered by any of the public health sectors for pilots, for trials, for tenders, or for procurement. And that's a real challenge because the majority of Australian public hospitals use an EMR that has originated from the US. Those standards for interoperability have not been switched on clearly for the Australian market, which means that every new vendor, startup vendor, or company in Australia that needs to have a product interoperate with any of these solutions must be validated by that solution according to its standards, not according to what the interoperability standards requirements need to happen. So that's A, a cost, B, it's a time, and C, it's a moving target that can be very difficult for any new vendor to be able to work to.
So who has courage of that? aspect? Which agency?
It's part of the Australian Digital Health Agency. It's there to work on this.
Okay, so we should probably call them and question them about this. And feel free to also describe to us the kind of software you've developed, and give us case examples. It just sort of makes it a bit more concrete.
Okay, so one of the things that's very clear
where
is
interoperability has been an issue, for example. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, exactly. So, as an example, when you are a patient that is in an ambulance and you arrive at an emergency department, there is no interoperability that exists between the ambulance documentation system and the clinical staff that are working on the emergency floor. There is a visual to explain where the ambulance is in terms of time for delivery, but in order for the staff to understand what is the health issue for that particular patient, that is done by a phone call, and that's as much as they can receive. So one of the tools that we have built is the capability for an ambulance solution to be digital, and the capability for the ambulance solution to then be integrated into an on-site device at the emergency department that the emergency department can receive and read in real time. The challenge for us is that for the emergency departments who are using an EMR, unless our solution fully integrates with the EMR, they do not want to consider this application for this part of emergency care. We have many fellows of the Australian Emergency Care Society talk to us, the FASTMs, of which Dr. Ding here can talk to in detail, that explain that knowledge of critical patients arriving, it gives them an opportunity to prepare, it gives them an opportunity to understand resources. They need to know whether they need to get access to CT or surgery much quicker. Waiting until the patient arrives.
So can I just stop you there, Andrew? So the hospital has said that you've got to basically connect, you've got to be compatible with their EMR, noting that these EMRs are all different across these hospitals. Like Absolutely. It's Cerner or it's Epic or whatever, right? And how does it work in other countries? You mentioned that the US has a different approach, and they've got the Cures Act. What can we learn from that approach?
So in the Cures Act in the US, the reason the amendment was added to that bill was that the preceding act, which was the High-Tech Act, which was introduced both as a productivity and an inducement to get a budget stimulus happening in North America, it pushed the idea that we need to move to digital records. And thus, there was an extremely high uptake of electronic medical records across the North American system. Caveats were put in for that, but funding.
This was Obama, right?
This was Obama. That's correct. Very good vision, very good idea, my opinion. I'll say that. The challenge was the speed to delivery and some of the requirements that were needed for the solution. So it meant that hospitals needed to attest. The only way that they could attest was through an entire EMR. There was a limited number of entire EMRs. Therefore, the majority of the business went to two primary companies for the very large networks. Now,
which are those companies?
Those two companies were Epic and Cerner. And in North America, the challenge therefore became no interoperability mandate had been required in this. So if you were an existing vendor that was in these hospitals, but you did not have interoperability with those solutions, you lost your business immediately, which had an impact on exactly how that department ran, because none of these two systems or others can completely cover the entire digital requirement for health. Now, over that period of time, there were examples that, and I'll use an example, a patient may decide to move from one state to another state for work. When they're at the other state, they then need to go into a hospital and they need to continue with their care. That hospital maybe it had Epic as its solution. needs to get the data from the other hospital, which may have had Cerner for the solution. Both solutions would not interface and they would not be able to share data. So the second point that the government needed to address was that some patients wanted access to their own patient data, whether it be for medical legal requirements or whether it was just to have their own medical record. In Australia, that is being addressed through the My Health record, but this 21st Century Cures Act amendment was decided to allow patients a format to be able to get access to their data, but secondly, to define a interoperability rules exchange system that had to be mandated. And there were fines and requirements put into this to prevent information blocking.
So we could conceivably do something like this. There's nothing stopping the Commonwealth, I guess, maybe working with the states because we don't run hospitals, to legislate something like this and say you must open up your systems to allow vendors to plug in.
I would support this, and I think all three large US vendors that work in Australia across the public health sector already have these interoperability standards built into their solution. They're just not activated here.
And who's the third vendor that you mentioned?
The third vendor is Allscripts. It's based in South Australia.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay, I have a few more questions, but I don't have a lot of time because Senator Darmanin also has some questions, but I'm keen to understand a few things. I want to talk to you quickly. Can I have a brief response on cost recovery models? So, for example, if hospitals or clinics want to adopt digital tools, ideally from Australian companies, such as yourselves, startups, and so on, what kind of cost recovery model should we be looking at? Whether that's Medicare or MBS item numbers, that kind of thing. Credentialing, I'm interested in. Like, who credentials all this these tools, or are you having to go hospital to hospital to sell your wares? And I'm also interested in the whole sandbox concept. So there's three things there I'd like some commentary on. Let's go to cost recovery first. And feel free to chime in, Heidi Health, as well.
Very good. We talk a bit about a requirement for any funding to be saved to be able to be reinvested back into the community health. We think that if there's productivity improvements, we don't necessarily believe that they should be just cost savings because everyone measures a definition of success differently. For some markets, it's not about saving money, it's definitely about improving healthcare, and that should be the first measurement for everyone. So we think the productivity dividend as a definition should be that if we can secure productivity improvements in large networks, we should be able to realign that funding into remote markets, rural markets, or to preventative healthcare, and also to Indigenous and cold requirements for those markets.
Emphasis on that is in Australia, in hospital system, we don't have an abundant workforce there. We're actually short of staff. So asking to do more for less, that's not the case here.
Yeah.
We just want to actually do more with the same people. We're not going to use technology to replace human, get us and saving money. The money should go back to the system to invest in future there. That's what we're asking for.
Okay. But my understanding is there are no MBS item numbers. So if you wanted to adopt a telehealth tool or so on and so, I mean, how are these things funded? Are we asking GP clinics to pay? I mean, there are capital costs that come with this. So how do we want to think about funding models?
Then you can pay more through MBS there if you want to.
Sorry, what was that?
You can pay more through Medicare for item numbers, whatever item number you choose. I don't think it will be a particular item number you can use just for AI technology itself. Like we cannot bill, if I use ultrasound bedside in the ED to treat a patient, I cannot build that atom. Say I use ultrasound to put the needles in, centralizing. I can build centralizing, but I can't build it by using technology. No. So in Medicare as a whole, if you use a robot to do operation, you can't build, because operation done by a robot, you still build the same amount without robot. That's the problem with Medicare itself. So I don't think you can introduce a payment system into the Medicare itself there. Will be separate funding.
Simon?
From a Heidi perspective, we've got two commercial segments. In the community specialist and GP space, they can bill item numbers, so their business case needs to be made on the basis of productivity. You put in scribes and you can either see more patients, or some of them do it as a quality of life. I don't have to do overtime afterwards, so I've got more hours back in the day. That's a productivity-based business case. When it comes to the enterprise, which is hospitals, public and private can be a little different. And we have kind of enterprise cap models or usage-based models, even room-based models, as well as kind of seat and enrolment-based models. For them, the publics are thinking about how do they de-risk their overtime. They're thinking about productivity. How do we get through more of our outpatient clinics? How do we decrease our outstanding letters? How do we substitute across our transcription costs? Digital dictation is what AI scribes replace, and sometimes that goes out to transcription services offshore, and there's a long turnaround time. Private hospitals find it a little more difficult to make the business case. They typically want to see AI scribing and the quality of note keeping flow through to clinical coding, so that they can claim more per case that comes through, because commonly there's money left on the table there.
Okay, and could we just briefly get a comment on credentialing and sandboxing, the concept? If you could just explain what that means to the committee.
Yeah. So I think it was mentioned, I think when we started, about multiple pilots being undertaken. This is actually a real burden and a cost for all companies, in the sense of everywhere you go to talk to a hospital, they don't have a tender process for this technology at this stage. They want to run a pilot, which is a large cost and time material. But typically, the only thing that is there to be addressed is the low risk items. When it comes to AI, there are different gradings of AI and how it impacts with different levels of technology, which is currently regulated through the TGA. So there's no concerns about the way that the TGA approaches the regulation space. But in order for us to know the effectiveness and to collect the clinical data from an Australian perspective of higher risk AI or broader cases of AI, we want to have these regulated sandboxes. This is one of the challenges, because you'll probably find today that there are multiple pilots in multiple departments collecting the same information across every different hospital in every different state, when this could have been set up and defined at a national level with very clear definitions of what needs to be done by getting expert involvement from an AI perspective, but from a clinical and administrative perspective as well, and put it under the control of these defined sandboxes, so that these high-risk models can be assessed now, because the only way that they can be assessed is under a controlled environment.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, the certify, we're asking similar model. If the software being developed, you go to agency, get it certified, then you don't have to go to every hospital assess them by themselves, because the hospital don't have expertise in AI technology. So just constant delay, because they can't get an expert opinion from outside or take time, effort to do it. So it's a control.
Should this be something we put to the Digital Health Agency, this concept of credentialing or certification, as well as sandbox?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I might stop there, because I think Senator Darmanin has a few questions. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you.
I was just going to say it is probably a little more than that. So there's a lack of credentialing. If you're outside software as a medical device, the TGA doesn't have purview, then you fall back on international standards like ISO. There is an AI ISO standard, 42,000. And then there are some international standards that are recognised that we called out, high tech and HIPAA and all the rest of it. The real lack is governance in organisations. So beyond credentialing, most organisations don't have an AI policy, don't have an AI governance structure, don't have a way to manage their risk. So they recognise the upside benefit, but in the lack of being able to quantify their downside risk, are conservative in the health industry.
Thank you for that. I was actually going to ask about exactly this issue that you've just raised. The sort of kind of taking a step back from, I'm not a healthcare professional from my previous life, so some of these details are a little I'm not as familiar with. But just broadly, what are the risks if there isn't those sort of frameworks in place, and what do we need to think about? I think from a governance perspective, but also skills and adaptation of the workforce at the different levels. There's obviously that sort of administrative arm, but there is also from the practitioners using the technology, like how are we supporting the workforce to adapt?
Yeah, lovely. I'd call the healthcare sector a lagging adopter of information technology. I'd put it there with legal and public sector, comparing it to some of the more progressive adopters like banking, manufacturing, and retail. And there are good reasons for that. The risks of these models are inherent in the technology. It's a new technology. We haven't had generative AI-based AI systems in place until really 2023, and now we're moving rapidly into agentic AI. So there's evolution in the technology. There's a departure from the traditional confidence that we had in AI systems that were deterministic, meaning that given the same input, you'd get the same output. Generative models are stochastic. And so there is a risk of hallucination. The models aren't always perfect. There are ways of putting guardrails in place. Most ways they mitigate it are putting humans in the loop. So AI produces recommendations, humans validate it, and that's how we try and trap errors. You called out the workforce skilling readiness and functions. That exists at every level. At the board level, we're finding that because these models are not static, they need adaptive governance techniques that aren't in common usage at board levels. And we're finding that our board directors don't actually have the baseline knowledge of skills, understanding of risk profiles to be able to govern effectively. At the executive level, there's a function that doesn't yet exist, the Chief AI Officer, which I expect to see in coming years. And it's not a technology function. I actually think it's a business transformation function. At a workforce layer, we're actually seeing a whole diffusion curve of technology. There are a lot of early adopters, fast followers, and even the early majority, but that's about 40% of the workforce. We're leaving behind the late majority and the laggards. I think that requires some skilling, training, corporate mandate. It requires policy. It requires in situ post-market surveillance and monitoring. And these functions that we'd characterise of a mature kind of sector don't yet exist. We're trying our hardest to catch up as fast as we can.
Thank you for that. That is very interesting. I mean, one might argue that being a laggard in this system is not a bad thing, given the kind of risks that are associated with things getting away without the proper structures in place. But do you think that at the sort of kind of policy level, taking it outside of the hospital or the healthcare environment and the responsibility that lies there, that we have the right frameworks in place at a state and federal level to guard against things going horribly wrong? And then the question about humans in the loop, like, is this mandated? Like, we've had this conversation in other inquiries around AI. You know, what is the situation from your perspective, and what needs to change?
Thank you for the question. Even though healthcare is a conservative sector, the genie's out of the bottle. These technologies are democratised, which means that they don't require an organisational budget, they don't require organisational mandate, they don't require tops-down strategy. They're actually walking their way into the organisation, piggybacking on technologies that are already in there. So we talked about electronic medical record vendors. All of them will be adding on their own generative capabilities. Horizontal technologies like Microsoft Copilot and Claude and OpenAI, those are in organisations. And then the individual specific functions, and we talked a little bit about AI scribes. These can be adopted and walked straight through. They bring their own devices into the organisation. They've got their own network. They don't need people's permission. And that's why we urgently need to catch up with governance. Just the fact that it's a conservative industry doesn't eliminate the risk.
Yep. So what's the urgent catch-up that's required?
So you asked about policy infrastructure and readiness in our states and territories. They don't exist. I'll call out very specifically from a scribe perspective how the different states are dealing with it. State of Queensland is the most advanced. In the lack of a policy directive, the individual hospital and health services adopted these technologies readily with autonomy, and now they're the most advanced state. South Australia said, no, we can't possibly have this technology in our state without policy infrastructure. Stop. And it hasn't stopped anything. It's just driven it underground like prohibition. New South Wales has, at the state level, said stop, and we'll do a statewide approach to how we do this. And now they've got the policy infrastructure, they've got the enterprise level guardrails, and they've got a go forward plan about how to fund it. So there's no common way that the different states and territories are thinking about it.
Just to add on one more point, as long as clinician is concerned, medical documents are legal documents. So who put the name on the paper take a full responsibility for the document produced by AI. So all my document advise clearly. They need to review, edit, sign off.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it won't be legal documents.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So the buck stops with the individual.
Yes. Yeah. Individual clinician. Yeah. So humans are always in the loop. So in healthcare, the machine never can replace me, say, on the floor, because I'm the one make a final decision. AI may produce documents for me, make some suggestion of diagnosis, but I'm the one to decide which option I'm taking.
Yeah. Okay. And my final question, and, you know, this might be given your sort of from specific parts of the industry, you may not have a full answer, but I'll give it a crack anyway. But in terms of this measuring productivity and health overall, you know, there's been an ongoing discussion about how you measure productivity in the care sector more broadly. Like, what are your reflections on what you see that works well? What are the gaps, and what we should be thinking about when it comes to your particular areas of expertise? And we've already talked about this productivity dividend and the preventative healthcare. I think that generally applies in different parts of provision of social service, this idea of prevention. But how do you count it in healthcare, and is there anything we can learn for other parts of the care sector?
Can I caveat my response by saying I'm not a health economist, but I do recognise the roots of our health system. We created a hospital system to deal with battlefield trauma, infectious disease, and the burden of disease has moved to lifestyle-induced chronic illness. We haven't really adapted our model. We fund these acute hospitals. We deal with the consequences of things that are probably better managed in the community, preventatively, proactively, and so forth. We have a squarely fee-for-service based health system where we reimburse activity rather than the more progressive health financial systems, which is value-based care, where you decide outcomes and you reward for that. As far as addressing the demand for healthcare services, they grow year on year and they outstrip the facilities we've got. I think we need to build a 350-bed hospital every month for the next 15 years to meet the rising costs of demand, and that's before you even talk about the workforce needed to deliver against that. Where you see it pile up is elective surgical waiting lists, emergency department wait times, demand for hospital outpatient clinics. Those are probably some of the metrics that we can talk about from a throughput perspective. That probably neglects the quality dimension as well. So I think anytime you talk about productivity, you need to talk about quality, and that's error rates and complication rates and the subjective patient experience.
Can I add on to that as well too? I'm just thinking in our submission in section 3, we talked about measuring productivity. Because we highlighted the fact that there's 3 sets of parameters. One is the way that the public consider productivity, or in healthcare being how long they have to wait. The government determines it by how much it costs, and the hospitals determine it by the speed, how patient throughput. None of this, and even Simon mentioned about value-based healthcare and having outcomes-based models, but none of this addresses what happens between start and end in the middle. We're suggesting 4 additional parameters around measuring for productivity improvement, which are based around the clinical outcome relative to the resources, a measurement of the administrative burden for that particular set of episodes, complexity for the needed workload for the clinicians and the medical team, and then the impact on patient access to services. If we do a just cost per episode, we're not measuring the impact that the time that's lost to interoperability issues, or how long it takes to build nodes and accuracy of nodes and correction of nodes, etc., is in the system. So we think that if we can understand the way of where these delays impact the way all the systems are determined, because Medicare item numbers, the MBS numbers, they don't have that parameter in there. It's a medical point and a technical component to most of those item numbers, and that's nothing in regulation either. There's no aspect in TGA that determines any of that aspect, because it's a different requirement.
Can I build on Andrew's just quickly?
No worries. Yep.
When we talk about productivity, we talk about law of averages, but when you look at health equity, we've got some really significant underserved populations, and it's just worth calling out that regional and remote, culturally and linguistically diverse, some health conditions like mental illness and those that isolate people with mobility can mean that your access to health services and your outcomes are different, even if you live in metro areas.
Yeah.
And so that probably gets lost if you just look at the aggregate statistics.
Okay. Yep. Thank you very much for being there today and for giving your time. We really appreciate your evidence. The committee will now suspend until 1:15. will resume. The committee will resume, and we're going to welcome representatives from the National Rural Health Alliance. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For Hands on record, please state your name and capacity in which you appear.
Susie Tegan. I'm the Chief Executive of the National Rural Health Alliance, and online is my colleague Gigi O'Sullivan from the National Rural Health Alliance.
Hello, everyone.
Okay. Is someone else there? No, that's it. Okay. Do you have an opening statement?
Thank you, Senator Bragg and members of the committee. We really appreciate the opportunity to appear before you and the Senate Select Committee on Productivity in Australia. As I mentioned, my name is Susie Tegan. I'm the Chief Executive of the National Rural Health Alliance, and the Alliance is the peak body for rural health, disability and aged care in Australia, representing 57 member organisations across health, aged care, disability, education, research and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health sectors. Together, we work with communities and clinicians on the ground to advocate for health and well-being of the 7.4 million people that make up 30% of the Australian population who live outside of our major cities. They live in rural, remote and regional Australia. Today, I would like to leave the committee with one central message. Rural health is not a cost to the economy. It is one of Australia's highest return on productivity. Too often discussions about productivity focus on markets, taxation, regulation, infrastructure and investments. And these are important, they are levers. However, productivity is ultimately driven by people. People who are healthy, skilled, connected, and are also able to participate in work, education and community life. Indeed, volunteering. Rural Australia is central to that discussion, despite the fact that they are too often not part of the discussions or decision-making. Economic contribution of rural Australia is the productive powerhouse for our nation. It is the very backbone of our national prosperity, driving our economic and social output, despite the fact that it is often not noticed by people in Greater Australia. Rural communities produce the vast majority of Australia's food and generate a significant share of our export earnings through agriculture, resources and energy. The rural resources and energy sector constitutes approximately 60% or 2/3 of Australia's total export income. According to government data, it remains the primary driver of Australia's trade performance. You know, the income that pays for education, schooling, education of health practitioners, the health system. And our export earnings for 25-26 expected to reach $383 billion. It is the nation's largest export industry. And in addition to that, nearly half of the nation's tourism expenditure or income, or around $107 billion, occurs in rural Australia. Despite rural Australia only making up 30% of the population. Yet the people who sustain these industries continue to experience poorer access to healthcare, disability aged care services than in metropolitan areas. The consequence is not only poorer health outcomes, it is lower workforce participation, increased absenteeism, greater reliance on hospitals, reduced business continuity and weaker regional economic performance. When people cannot access timely health care, productivity suffers. When communities cannot attract and retain health professionals, productivity suffers. When workers must travel hundreds of kilometres for essential care, productivity suffers. When the red tape is so big because it's based on urban large hospitals, universities, it means that it cannot be implemented in rural hospitals, in rural workplaces. When people cannot access timely health care, productivity suffers. Indeed, your postcode should not determine how healthy you are. The committee's discussion paper specifically asks how productivity should be understood in non-market sectors, including health, education, and how productivity in regional Australia can be strengthened. We submit that health should not be viewed as a cost to economic productivity. It is an investment in Australia's economic productivity. Our submission highlights the reality that is, in 2021, the health expenditure for rural Australia compared to people living in the city was at $6.55 billion less than for people in the city. In 23-24, it was $8.35 billion less than people in the city. That meant if you lived in the country or you have a brother or a sibling or a cousin working in the country, they were receiving up to $4,700 less healthcare than you were because you lived in the city. And indeed, we're working on the next figures, and these are publicly available figures. The next report that we will be releasing will be worse than that, worse than the $8.35 billion less funding that rural Australians receive than the city. This underinvestment contributes to the preventable hospitalisation, delayed treatment, lost labour force participation and poorer economic outcomes. And that is in an equitable Western country where we're treating rural people as if they're a third world country. The Alliance will be updating these figures later this year, as I mentioned, and they're not looking pretty. The rural health funding gap is therefore not just a health equity issue or parity issue, it is a productivity issue that cannot be avoided, especially when we are at a 60-year low in productivity. If Australia is serious about lifting productivity, we must stop treating rural healthcare as an afterthought and start recognising it as an essential economic investment. From the Alliance perspective, there are a number of priorities that would deliver productivity gains. First, invest in rural health services and workforce sustainability, and it has to be flexible and at least in parity and equity to what you're doing in Australian capital cities. Number two.
Okay, are you winding up or?
I'm getting close.
We have a lot of questions, that's all, so just lengthy statements aren't always all that.
Strengthen rural education and training pathways that build local workforce supplies. Third, support integrated place-based and flexible models of care. Fourth, invest in digital connectivity and telecommunications, indeed, the ability for people to even ring 000. More broadly, invest in enabling infrastructure in addition to digital connectivity. Rural productivity often is constrained by housing shortages, health facilities, education and transport. So better productivity in rural Australia comes from healthy people. And these priorities, be very clear, Australia's productivity challenges will not be solved by focusing solely on cities. We look forward to your questions.
Fabulous. Senator Ananda Raja has some questions for you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Teagan. I think this is the third time we're meeting in some sort of capacity at a hearing. I'm with you. We all are. I'm keen. Look, I feel like, rural and regional Australia is absolutely ripe for innovation, right? Because you've got these workforce constraints, you've got the tyranny of distance. So there's a whole piece here to be done around how do we better harness technology, for example, and I just want to focus on digital for the moment, /AI. How do we better harness these tools? And you might have heard some testimony from the previous session to the betterment of communities in rural regional Australia. What sort of levers does the Commonwealth need to think about in ensuring that we can try and build this, bridge this equity gap with better technological adoption?
Well, the first thing is, thank you for raising that question because it's a really important question. The digital infrastructure and telecommunications are not only important for health, but they are for the productivity of the sectors that I mentioned before, and food security, etc. The problem in rural, remote and regional Australia is that our connectivity is unreliable and inconsistent. And in fact, I mentioned before that we still have communities that can't even ring 000. And so while there isn't a minimum level of infrastructure and telecommunications connectivity, and while it isn't monitored and it is transparent, we can't even talk about all of the things that we would like to do, right? So we have communities that still have massive black spots. And on the farm that I lived on, for 30-something years, I couldn't even get coverage close to the house. This is not an isolated case. And even with the satellite dishes that everyone speaks about, we don't have, satellites work well when there aren't clouds. So there really needs to be much more time and flexibility and funding spent on ensuring we have health system literacy, that we don't put extra burdens of costs and expenditure on the consumer, because we know that rural consumers are already spending more money than people in the cities purely to get a below-par service. There are entities and companies that might be able to spend more money, but the average person with a small and medium-sized business is not in that case. And so when we look at opportunities and we say, oh yes, telehealth will be the solution for all, no, it's not going to be the solution for all. It won't be the solution for all because the connectivity isn't there, it's inconsistent, there is no transparency about the providers. I know we're currently going through courts with Optus and Telstra, etc. But in addition to that, the costs are being borne by the consumer once again. And lastly, telehealth is not the solution for all. It is an addition to, it is not the solution. And if we're not expecting city people to go to telehealth only, why are we expecting rural and remote Australia again going for the lower standard of care? In the end, if a patient goes to see a doctor or a nurse or an allied health professional, they cannot do what you can do in a face-to-face visit where you can see the way a patient walks, you can smell whether they are incontinent, you can feel the patient's skin and everything. So it is important that it is considered to be part of it. And yes, AI can assist, but it is still not reliable.
Sounds like we need to get the basics right, is what you're telling us, the connectivity, before we can even, the basic infrastructure.
Thank you, yes.
How should we be thinking about a program that, on workforce now, genuinely sort of expands the rural health workforce versus one that simply shifts it from one underserved community to another?
Oh, look, that's a very large question. And the first thing is that the role delineation that you can afford in the city is almost impossible in small places. We have clinicians that work across borders, the legislative requirements in different states, the scope of practice in different states. That has to be changed. We have people trained to full scope and they're not able to implement it because of legislation. So as a start, we would like to have consistency across states, but we would also like to have the flexibility of running, of being able to run a delivery of care at a rural setting, which is just not possible if it were set on an urban restriction. And this is not about reducing the quality, it's not about reducing the standards, it's really about ensuring that the scope is to that setting and that facility, and also allowing the after-hours coverage in a way that it can't do it currently because of the legislation and the barriers that exist because it's based on an urban delivery model.
I have a question regarding the bulk billing incentive. I haven't received any data, we haven't received any data from the Department of Health, we haven't called them actually to talk to them about whether there's been an uplift in rural regional. I suspect there has been, I just don't know what the breakdown is according to the Monash model. But is the alliance that you represent doing any work with general practices around getting this message out and getting a bit of a sense check on where they're at with adoption of full bulk billing?
So primary care clinics and health services definitely know about the bulk billing, and many of the ones that we speak with, and we also work with the accountants that work with those clinics, they have told us that they cannot afford to bulk bill. The bulk billing incentive might work in urban centres where you can refer to other clinicians, you can refer to specialists, you can refer to allied health professionals, but that is often not possible on the ground. And so rural generalists and their generalist nurses and allied health professionals that have a very broad scope and deep scope of practice are seeing much more complex cases than people in the city do. The consults are much longer than in the city. And in a city, you've got the luxury of being able to do very short-term, very short, quick consults because you are able to refer. The bulk billing incentive, and don't forget, Medicare, since it started in 1984, has had some indexing, but it has been very low. It's been at about 2%. In the last 5 years, CPI has been almost 30%. But, Medicare has only ever been a patient subsidy. It has never meant to pay a full payment of a consult for a psychologist, for example, or a GP or a clinician in general. And so in those areas where costs are higher, tyranny of distance is greater, the clinician can't afford to bulk bill. They might do a combination. They might bulk bill people that are really at need, but they might do blended funding models. But even then, do you know, we have communities that we're working with that are having to raise up to $700,000 per year so that their clinic does not close down because Medicare is not enough.
Could we perhaps on notice get a little bit more information on the kind of crowdfunding some of your practices are having to engage in?
Yeah, they're not doing crowdfunding, so they're working with the communities where the communities have paid their Medicare levy, they've worked in the industries that are bringing Australia's income in. They've also volunteering, and they've paid their taxes, and then on top of it, they're paying money through either fundraising or they're paying extra money to their local government because nobody else has been willing to help them. And we can give you communities in Mareeba, in Nyngan. There are communities over in Western Australia, in South Australia, that are having to pay that. Could you imagine somebody in the city having to do that? It is extraordinary.
I have in my travel, so I'll notice a list of
absolutely
that would be helpful, just to put a little bit of substance to for us, for our benefit. I have, in my travels to regional communities here in Victoria, spoken to several GP practices, and they are having to spend, some of them, up to $100,000 to attract a doctor. And they often will recruit from overseas and, you know, pay for relocation costs and training costs and resettlement costs and so on and so forth. Do you have a sense of the costs being incurred by rural regional practices to attract overseas trained doctors to their communities? And if you don't, then on notice again.
No, I do.
We would appreciate.
No, look, I really appreciate those questions because they really go to the crux of the structural issues that are causing problems. So I've been working in this sector for 30-something years in rural, remote and regional Australia, and we have been recruiting people internationally for more than 30 years, and many of these individuals have been a godsend, right? We know that more than 50% of generalists now are from international backgrounds, and we rely on them heavily. However, we actually do also have, there are some people that have been very committed to those communities, but there are some that have used the entrance way of getting to the city with an unlimited provider number. And so communities are saving that money, and then they're paying, as you mentioned, $100,000, $150,000, $200,000 because it usually, has housing attached to it. And I can understand why you do it. The mining industry does it. It's not isolated. However, the structure has not changed. And the reason it is not changing is because the people that have been there for years, or the people on the ground that are committed to rural and remote Australia, are not being supported to stay there. We have communities where we've got a medical and allied health and nursing workforce that want to go to another town to support that town as well. They have infrastructure that they're not able to get into, even though it's sitting empty, to expand the service. And so they stop offering to provide the service, and then they leave. We have communities where they want to stay, but they can't make the system viable because Medicare doesn't allow for that funding to be sustainable. We have communities that are also having to provide housing infrastructure because there is no housing in those regions. And so if you don't change the infrastructure funding, and we've put up several proposals to various governments about having a national infrastructure fund for rural communities that allow for education and training, that allow for students to be trained in those regions, and so that rural communities don't have to raise that funding. It's all volunteer. And don't forget, the RFDS service receives half of its funding through rural communities. Half of the funding through rural communities. And so the structure, the infrastructure isn't on the ground, and Medicare is not fit for purpose for rural Australia.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And it's a valued service. I'd just like to say Medicare is valued.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair. Your submission suggests, I think, through the 26-27 pre-budget submission that we could develop place-based access benchmarks, an equity index and decision support to target thin and failed markets, and that this would help enable, a better measurement that we could then identify where we could get the largest productivity gains from. Has this sort of model, do you know if this sort of model is used anywhere else, or how would this fit? Perhaps the context of this question is we've talked about the way we measure productivity is different across different parts of the economy. And in health and care, the way we measure is clearly not working in the same way it works as a generic across the board. So I'm just trying to understand, for this inquiry, it's a very broad remit, but we're trying to think about the different subsectors that we've been looking into. So trying to think about what is a practical outcome in what is a very complex problem is, I guess, on all of our minds. So going back to the question, what you've proposed here, does this apply elsewhere? Could we learn from somewhere else? How really will it help in sort of addressing some of the issues that you've raised today?
Yeah, no, thank you. I get the question, I think. So please stop me if I'm not answering it the way you were posing it. Well, the first thing is that we already know that rural Australia is incredibly innovative because they've had to be. That's the first thing. So they're lean and they are innovative and they're able to implement very quickly. And it is a perfect test environment because you can work in very small communities and learn quickly and move it on. And adapt, adopt, synthesise, which is one of the reasons why we've asked for a innovation hub, because we are finding that there are some really fantastic case studies and innovative solutions that people have come up with to actually deliver care quicker. They grow the workforce. They're able to go through communities and support them much quicker. One case is Mareeba up in Queensland. They were just about to lose their last GP. That area is very high productive in terms of fruit, vegetables. It's close to Cairns, but not close enough. It also has a very high tourism area. It's a beautiful part of Australia. And they were going to lose their last GP and nurse. The community ended up buying it out, so they raised funds. 3 years in a row they applied for funding. They couldn't get any funding. They applied for innovative models of care funding, IMOC funding, which is funded by the federal government. The Alliance, we basically pulled together and said, look, we will help you. We weren't funded to do it, but we just thought this is a great community. They're proactive. We ended up pulling together with them the Economic Development Board, the Tourism Board, the local government and community, and also the medical sector and health sector, and pull them together, and they now have 6 GPs. 6 GPs, a whole group of allied health professionals and nurses. We ended up working with them on a 4th application to innovative models of care funding. We ended up getting it. They're now at the stage where they have 6 GPs. They're starting to go out to other communities to service those regions, but they've come across barriers, right? They have seen empty offices of governments that they're not able to access because they would like to be able to offer services there. They don't have offices. They don't have money. These are all volunteers. They're not being paid. They just do a great job. There is no infrastructure funding for them. There is no funding for them for travel and accommodation. They have been looking at accreditation so that they can train students, but they already have some allied health professional students that are, guess what, housed in community members' housing while they do their... can you imagine anyone in the city doing all of this? No. They're not. So we would like to be able to transfer that and move it to other communities because we know it works, but there is no funding. There are other models similar, but we know we can transfer them to other communities, we can adapt them. So when it comes back to your question, what is that formula? The formula has to be more than saying it is a community that is so large. And we would like to work on that model. We've put a pre-budget submission in to develop that model. We've not been funded to do it, but we do have entities that want to work with us. And it is about tyranny of distance. It's about socio-economic, about infrastructure. It is about the services that are in those regions. It is about the infrastructure in education and training that in those regions. Because if education and training falls down, industry falls down and the health sector falls down. If the health sector falls down, industry falls down and education falls down. Yep. You have to have those three together.
Yeah. Thank you. And just, going to, you talked about this a little bit already, but the skills recognition across borders and workforce challenges. There's some things going on, but clearly not enough. Like, what would be your top recommendations for us to think about when it comes to the workforce challenges? Like, if you had to prioritise. And I guess sort of thinking also about easy wins, like what, from your perspective, are things that, are no-brainers?
Well, the first easy win is the fact that we are underfunding rural health and we're underfunding rural people. At 7.4 million people, we're underfunding them in health compared to the city. That is the first one. Like, we're a Western country. Why are we treated, that's the first one. The second one is... Sorry,
just in terms of skills in particular and
yes,
workforce.
That's right.
You're saying it's
but you can't develop the skills if you're underfunding people in the first place and they're sicker and they're dying 12 to 16 years earlier, right?
Okay. Right.
Yep. So skills. The government has done something amazing by acknowledging that after 20 years, rural generalism is a profession. So that's fantastic. We need to build on that and make a rural nursing generalism as well. That is really crucial because we have excellent nurses around rural and remote Australia. The third thing is we need to start reimbursing for training. We need to make all prac payments for medical and dental trainees as well. As we have recently heard from the Minister, they have released the prac payments for a whole lot of other medical and health and nursing professions, which has been welcomed by Australian rural towns. In addition to that, I think training, flipping the model, STP, so specialist training places, need to be put in rural Australia. They need to be available for rural students and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students in rural settings, and that model can be flipped. We know it works. It needs to be funded, and the infrastructure for training places and accommodation need to be funded as well. It doesn't mean that there's going to be less training in cities. It doesn't mean there's going to be less training in cities without, with a rural component to it. It just means fund a training place only for rural specialist and rural allied health and nursing. We need to have those in those places with the national rural health infrastructure to underpin it.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for being there today. Very best wishes. And we now move to our next witness, which is the Care Economy CRC, which I understand is in the room in Canberra.
Thank you very much, Senators.
Thank you. So we invite the CRC board. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Just get you to state your name and capacity in which you appear, please. And we just need you to state your name, please, and your branch, or your name and your organisation.
Sure. Carmela Sergi from Care Economy CRC.
Dina Schiff, the Chair of the Care Economy Cooperative Research Centre.
And Deborah Brennan, a board member of the Care Economy CRC.
Do you have a brief opening comment?
Thank you, Chair. We consider the care sector to be essential to Australia's economic performance. We would like to focus our evidence today on the potential for well-considered technology to improve productivity and quality in Australia's care sector, and we'd like to highlight 3 key points. First, there's significant untapped demand for data and technology solutions in the care sector. Second, despite very high potential to improve productivity in care, this is not easy as the sector has low capacity to innovate. And finally, effective technology diffusion in care settings requires a collaborative, supported and sustained approach. We are a national initiative uniting over 50 partners, including care providers, technology companies, research institutions, training organisations and government agencies. Our work spans care across early child education, disability, mental health, social and family services, aged and community health. We are in the first year of a 10-year program, and our role is to drive development and adoption of technology to improve productivity through an industry-led approach. Despite well-cited evidence that technology can improve productivity of care, there is a significant gap between opportunity and uptake across the care economy. This gap reflects the long tail of small providers that dominate the market, which makes care technology adoption inherently complex. Providers running on low margins and responding to significant reform agendas have limited capacity to invest in technology or to develop the new models of service delivery required to effectively adopt technology into practice. And care workers may lack the digital skills needed to use technologies or to incorporate them into workflows. This has created an environment where current approaches to innovation are supply-led and driven by technology solutions and technology providers. This results in a multitude of small pilot trials which fail to scale and often technology solutions that are not fit for purpose. In our view, improving productivity in the care economy is not simply a question of inventing new technology. It requires an impartial and collaborative approach to understanding what works in practice and then driving uptake by supporting change management and embedding often sophisticated workflow changes into everyday practice. For example, AI in adoption can reduce administrative burden by transcribing discussions between care workforce and care participants. This is a relatively recent phenomenon in the medical and allied health context. In the social care context, AI adoption will need to be accompanied by training, tools and work practices to evaluate and support the responsible use of AI. As the technology evolves quickly, this will require a continuous improvement approach with repeated monitoring, evaluation and learning cycles. This is the missing piece between the promise of AI and its realisation. The implementation work needed to involve care workforce as well as care participants while considering the impact of adoption on duty of care. Ultimately, technology has the greatest potential where gains can be made against the highest levels of inefficiency and has the processes to take up that technology that are achievable and accessible to care providers. Thank you. We look forward to answering your questions.
So I guess just a couple from me to kick it off. I mean, in terms of the different parts of the non-market sectors, the care economy, so-called care economy, is there a methodology that you think is being developed by economists that could be a mainstream measure of productivity?
Look, we think that productivity in care needs to be measured differently. We think that the traditional economic measures of productivity don't reflect the true value of care. We understand and acknowledge that challenges the traditional measures, but care carries a value to it that spans far beyond simply inputs in and outputs coming out the other side. So we don't have an approach, and we're not economists, so we won't be recommending measures to productivity to the committee today.
Perhaps just to augment that question, we don't purport to be experts in the debate around macroeconomic measurement of productivity at a macro level. We are interested in how productivity is measured when the Commonwealth funds activities and sets prices, because that can have an inhibiting effect on productivity, paradoxically, and it's a complex area. And that's something we may get evidence of as we try and remove barriers to adoption. When we go about our work as a board, we're investing in projects that purport to have an impact on productivity at basically an enterprise level or multiple enterprises. So we're like investors in a business case where we look at what the project participants are saying they hope to achieve in terms of efficiency and quality gains, and then we have a basis upon which to continuously review whether they're realising those objectives, and if not, why not?
Could I? Sorry.
Well, I mean, I guess just to be precise, I mean, I guess what I'm sort of getting at is I think everyone accepts the idea that you can't measure productivity in the non-market sector in the way that we would in a traditional sense. I think everyone agrees with that. I don't think that's controversial. I think the question is, well, what is going to be a reasonable measurement then, as an alternative? Because everything needs to be measured in some form. It's a very large part of the economy. It's very important, doing very important work, and I think it would be. So I guess I wonder. So where does that leave your work? Does that mean that you don't try and develop alternative measurement techniques, or you do?
I might lean into that. Yeah. So we agree that quality of care is closely linked to the productivity of care, and we suggest that perhaps measures that lean into the productivity of care, the quality of care rather, are better measures when you're looking at the productivity of care. So as Dina mentioned, projects come to us as business cases, and our own investment model to decide which projects we invest in sees us track the broader economic and care outcomes through measures that capture how each investment is expected to contribute to those outcomes. And those outcomes that we look at in terms of care outcomes include improved health and wellbeing, development of the care service itself, including new and effective models of care, culture, establishing culture and connection, autonomy and choice, safety and satisfaction, and that applies for both workers and participants in care. So it's not just about the care participants, it's about the care workforce as well. We also look at economic sorts of outcomes, general productivity. We're a CRC, we exist to commercialise products, so we look for commercialisation potential. We're looking for workforce participation and take-up of the innovations.
So what does that mean? Does that mean you're going to be publishing in your reports some possible methods?
Methods for measuring productivity, is that what you're suggesting?
If I was measuring the productivity of the milk bar, I'd say, well, this is how much money it's got, this is its capital, and this is its people, and we'll measure the labour output, we'll measure the capital, output in effect of, how efficiently you can sell things or do things. if I'm running an aged care home, then maybe I'm measuring based on quality of life or happiness or something else. If I'm managing a childcare centre, then it might be measuring the development of the child or something. I guess what I'm asking you again, maybe my questions are too dumb for you, but are you going to publish some sort of a methodology that's going to aid and push the debate forward here on non-market productivity?
If I may, Senator, I don't think we're not aiming to come up with new measures of productivity of the care economy as a whole, but each of the subsectors, I would say, is a little different. So this morning you heard, for example, from representatives of the ECEC sector, and that's a sector with well-established quality measures that link in an evidence-based way to children's outcomes, to measurable children's outcomes, to children's performance in school, to their ability to progress and remain in education, and even to their later likelihood of getting a job and staying in employment. So I would say that in that sector, there's a quality standard that's been around since 2012 and very well accepted in the sector. I think it's variable across the different elements of the care economy.
Okay, so I guess the final question for me is then, so when is your CRC reporting?
We report every year, but...
We report quarterly, and there's an annual report process as well.
So the CRC is not like an inquiry or a productivity commission. We have a grant that extends over 10 years. We report against activities to the Commonwealth, which is Department of Industry, but we have taken upon ourselves as a board to look carefully at what interventions are doing to productivity so that we can contribute to the debate on what's working, what's not working, and how to think about quality and efficiency that go hand in hand in sectors other than ECEC, which, as Deborah said, is more mature than, say, aged care.
And how much have you got? How much cash did you get?
We received $35 million in cash from Commonwealth, and that's matched, co-invested by our industry partners who are on this journey with us for the next now 9 years.
Okay. Just finally, so then in terms of commercialisation, so does the board decide what to invest in?
Yes, absolutely. The board runs through, so we get project proposals that come to us, and we run through an investment framework, which I've just discussed very briefly there with you, and the board will run that through a filter. We look at compliance lens first in terms of ensuring it's ethical, safe, and is best practice research, and we then apply our impact and investment framework lens over the top of that. And that's not a set and forget, so the board monitor the projects as they go, and as Dina mentioned before, if they're not achieving the impact that we're hoping that they will, and they're not achieving those targets, we will reset on that. And each project, the participants forecast the impacts that are relevant to their sector and to their project and to that solution.
Okay. Do you think the ABS should publish a satellite account to help measure non-market productivity?
Oh, I might ask that. I don't think that's a question for us, is probably my first response to that, but I'll refer to Dina if she's anything to add to that one.
I don't. I mean, we're not here as experts on how to measure economic productivity at the national level. We're experts in how to foster technology adoption in high potential, low take-up sectors.
Okay, thanks. Senator Nataraja.
Thanks, Chair. I'm interested in how we can better use, for example, the taxation system to incentivise the adoption, implementation, maintenance of the technologies that you're screening, for example. And I'm guessing at the end of every year you come up with reports, or after each project, assessing the value add of these technologies, their pros, cons, et cetera, et cetera. We don't have 10 years, though, right, to wait. We need to get moving because we've got an ageing society, We can't train up enough doctors or nurses or allied health professionals fast enough. We certainly cannot squeeze any more people into hospitals. We've got to get cracking using the technologies that are already available and that are currently being used in super aging societies like Japan, Singapore, and so on. So I'm interested to know how we can better use the taxation system, particularly to incentivize the implementation of these assets.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. It's an important question. Look, we believe that investment incentives are needed to support the adoption of technology and innovation. That's really front and centre. When it comes specifically to taxation incentives, it's important to keep in mind that the majority of the service providers themselves are not-for-profits, and so the taxation system needs to bear that in mind. We think there's a role for Commonwealth to ensure pricing for services isn't acting as a barrier to productivity and to those take up of that technology and innovation. And we also...
explain why, because
it...
please explain. You've got to treat us like dummies, please.
Sure, excellent. So I guess what and picking up on some of the themes that we've heard from other speakers earlier today, it's ensuring that the price the pricing is not activity-based. Often, particularly in rural and regional and remote areas, the service volume is low, and so therefore there's a disincentive in terms of adequately rewarding and paying for those services and what the real cost of service delivery in those areas is. So
would block funding be better for thin markets like that, or should the Commonwealth muscle in and actually go and
absolutely. So I think block fund. I think there is a firstly, I think as a CRC, we're not economists, so we're not best placed to be commenting on matters of that regard. But what we're hearing from our providers is that there is a gap in terms of that volume-based, activity-based funding and the realities of delivering that funding in thin markets. And then also...
rewarding quality.
To Dina's point, it's around we'd like to see a change in emphasis in the way the Commonwealth activates its pricing to reward quality of care, not just the volume and the activity of care. And then that will link, that element of quality will link into the productivity and then acts as an incentive to drive productivity. At the moment...
now this is actually sounding a bit consistent with some of the other stuff we've heard. Yeah, that productivity measures, the formal ones, don't really work for the care economy. Quality measures are actually what we need to be aiming for, and now you're saying link this to funding.
That's correct. I would go so far
What does that look like? What does that look like? Can you give us some examples?
I would go so far as to say that the current funding models, being activity and volume-based, actually create a perverse incentive for productivity gains, and there's almost a tension between the two of them. Now, again, we don't have the evidence to let you know what good would look like yet. We're in the first year of a 10-year program, but these are the sorts of things that we are absolutely looking to bring evidence behind to then look to drive some meaningful change. But certainly not, that's in our 1 to 3 year horizon of projects, not in our 10-year horizon of projects. So we're hoping to condense that and have some responses and some useful evidence to be able to respond to that question meaningfully.
Okay, so the committee should be considering how we can tie funding to quality rather than volume of care. Okay, that's helpful.
I think, sorry, Senator, but I think the ECC sector is a really interesting example there because it has more developed quality standards and measurement of quality. So there's now evidence coming out indicating that children's outcomes, the outcomes of disadvantaged children, are actually lifted when services reach the standard of exceeding the national quality standard. When they merely meet the national quality standard, that is not sufficient to actually bring children up at the start of school. So if we're just throwing money at expanding services at a meeting standard, we're really not using Commonwealth and family money effectively. We really need to look at the price that's required to deliver services at the exceeding level and what are the characteristics of providers who manage that and design our funding model accordingly.
Okay, I'm going to give you some scenarios. I want you to talk me through what it would take to make these happen. All right, let's take an elderly Australian living in a rural community, right? And they need care, aged care, support at home has been activated, they're getting some care in their home. The provider doesn't have enough workers. There's some attrition in their workforce, but we want them to continue to provide care. So they're going to turn to virtual tools, remote sensing, biosensors, assistive technologies, telehealth, that kind of thing. What would it take to enable that provider to adopt those kinds of technologies and provide the kind of care to their patients? And by the way, this is a scenario that could happen in metropolitan centres as well, everywhere, actually.
So firstly, I think, and I know you've named a bunch of technology virtual tools. I think firstly that good technology development starts with clear problem definition, and so often firstly understanding what needs to be measured, why it needs to be measured, and making sure that you've targeted that technology development appropriately is important. And it must involve the person receiving the care as well as the workforce, because often that technology, some of those technologies that you've described there, actually add pressure to the workforce or are not currently reimbursed or funded for any aged care provider to deliver that sort of service. So that would be the first issue that I would look to make sure that that's being addressed. And from the CRC's perspective, when we look at good technology development, we're talking about intensive co-design, really spending time looking at the
I want to get past all of that because I'm going to make an assumption here that the technology has received your tick of approval.
Great. Excellent.
Okay, so now we're at a point where we know this works and we want to get it, we want to scale it up. So what do we need to think about in order to incentivize providers? I don't like grants, I've got to say. They're short term, they're competitive, they're hard to get. What about, what kind of investment incentives should we be considering to enable providers to adopt these kinds of, whatever the technology is?
So firstly, I think you'd need to look at the incentives for the technology uptake, and I think this relates a little bit to the points we were making earlier about the incentives being around the quality of care and not necessarily the volume of care, and that will support the financial incentives to be in place to enable some of those technologies to succeed. And then secondly, and I want to highlight some evidence that was given to you earlier this week by one of our partners, and this is Silverchain, and they said that for them the most significant cost and the biggest barrier to technology adoption is actually in changing the workflows of their staff, which is really complex and often can disrupt care. So being able to tackle some of those barriers and being able to support the embedding and the training and the rollout of the technology is just as important as the design of the technology, and the reimbursement models and the payment models also need to be aligned in order for that lovely example that you've given to us to be actually implementable and effective on the ground. If we were to try to implement that example that you've said to us, described to us very eloquently, the reality is that we would be relying on a lot of philanthropy, a lot of support from community and those sorts of elements to genuinely have that sort of solution available to an elderly person in a rural setting.
So for not-for-profits, given that a lot of these providers are not-for-profit, I'm guessing, are you saying that there are limited taxation levers that we can use? And what levers can we use from an investment perspective?
Yeah, so the not-for-profits, I guess it's around driving their investment in innovation, and how do we get them in the front door so that they can actually play a genuine role in leading that innovation discourse from the beginning rather than simply at the implementation stage. Because of the R&D tax incentive and other elements, that's not necessarily useful for in the context of a not-for-profit. And what we're finding is that our care providers are not necessarily being involved with inventing technology from the beginning. They're simply, it's tech push approach, it's an innovator approach led, and they simply are brought in at the end to roll out and scale. And that that example doesn't work. The providers need to be leading the discourse. They need to be making sure that the problem definition is correct, the way they work is correct. All of those elements need to be brought up front, and we don't believe that there's enough incentives for providers to be involved in innovation from the beginning. Some of the larger providers have, and again Silverchain as an example, have the benefit of philanthropic and foundations that sit alongside, that support that early investment. But for the long tail of smaller providers, that is simply not accessible.
Yeah, this is so paradoxical, isn't it? I mean, the care economy is the largest employer in our country, and yet by design, it's being held back because of this not-for-profit model, limited scope for capital investment in the very things that will make this sector more productive. You have to walk us through how we can improve the adoption of technology. I mean, I went on a parliamentary delegation to Japan in December, and I saw, they have a super aging society. They do not have enough aged care workers. So I saw cameras on the ceiling. There were mats on the floor in case people fell over that started to signal. There were bladder scanners the size of a battery that were stuck to people to monitor their hydration and to help them with toileting. There were sensors in the bed to monitor their sleep and when they woke. It was just another level. And I've never seen anything like that in Australia.
I think the issue of incentives is really important. The biggest funding lever is the way the Commonwealth prices for services, and there's obviously other funding levers about how second-order services like allied health are brought in remotely through telehealth and other things. I mean, they are the big levers. In terms of investing in new technologies, our observation based on what industry is telling us is that they are at such a sort of low level of adoption that they're looking at very basic technology tools that aren't, humanoid robots. They're how do you use scheduling? How do you use routing? How do you use appointment making? And that small step forward will initiate significant labour-saving gains, but it also requires some change management. And then they can progress on to, we think, other and more innovative solutions that are probably somewhat place-based, especially in thin markets, to deal with lack of workers and the need for remote decision support and telesupervision and the like. So we're not seeing and we're not encouraging. I've been to those digital shows in Japan and seen robots who talk to people in palliative care beds. We're actually interested in human beings talking to people in palliative care in the home and thinking about how their work can be improved so that the human elements of that care can be augmented and what quality means in that context.
Yeah, and supporting what Dina's saying there. Technology, we're not seeing technology to replace the human. I'm not suggesting that at all. But I think it would be crazy to not think that there isn't a role for technology in the care sector, particularly in aged care. It's already happening in healthcare, but particularly in aged care.
I think we agree, and there's no search for technology because the technology of remote sensing and all those things exist. And so our primary task working with the industry and with the partners is to just push through the kind of innovation they want to do, work out what's holding them back. And yes, we will advocate quite quickly on what the incentives should be to open the floodgates here, because we do not want to be sitting in 5 years' time, given where we're at with the growth in the ageing population, saying if only we had incentives to take away this barrier to innovation, the floodgates could have opened. We need to get in there and work on the ground to provide that evidence quite quickly, we think.
My final question before I hand over to Senator Darmanin is, should we be thinking of something completely radical and slightly crazy, which is incentivising through maybe tax breaks, for example, or accelerated depreciation schedules, industry to partner with not-for-profits in thin markets in order to get that outcome? So, let them have the perks, but drive it would be a demand signal.
So Senator, we believe that the demand signals are necessary, and at the moment we're concerned with what we described as a supply-side push. So we don't want to increase that pressure of the technology push approach. We don't believe that will work. That will be more of what we're currently seeing. We would prefer, and what we're hearing from our providers is that power, that ability needs to rest with the providers themselves. The care economy, we are industry-led, we are provider-led. So when we talk about industry, we look at what the providers need and want, and we push that forward as an agenda. Often we hear from them that they get contacted by these technology vendors repeatedly and hounded to purchase these products, make yourself digitally adapted and so forth. And sometimes it's not best practice, it's not safe, it's not fit for purpose. So we'd caution to make sure that in any policy redesign, you're putting the providers at the centre of that. It's not a technology push approach.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Senator Darmanin.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick ones from me. Earlier there was a discussion about the quality of care and particular measures that you, the approach you're taking in terms of what you would measure. Are any of your projects that you're working on including a measure around prevention, or, how do you measure what you don't want to happen? And if so, could you talk a bit about that?
That's certainly the intent. Look, we're only 12 months in. We've only funded 3 projects and they have barely started. So I couldn't talk to you about prevention and those elements. But certainly when we're looking at our 3 projects, the first one is in early childhood education and care. That project is looking at new future models of workforce, again with the view to making sure that we're future-proofing and improving those education outcomes, as mentioned there through my colleague. The next one is around mental health and the mental health care workforce, and looking at reducing churn. Again, doesn't directly measure prevention, but when you're reducing churn, then you're able to see more patients, and therefore leads to a preventative outcome. And then the third one is around serving a new, different community-based care service delivery plan in far north Queensland within an Indigenous remote community. And so again, that is empowering the local community to have the skills and knowledge to be able to deliver in place in terms of those elements. So that third project is leaning a little more into the prevention element, but to be fair, the way we work is first we look at problem definition and making sure that we've really got that problem sorted, then we're looking at that model of care, and then what does the end impacts and outputs that we're leaning towards for the moment, and what does that look like?
I think it's worth talking about age. Okay. And so my final question, I think I already know the answer to, because you've just said your 3 projects are sort of early on, but I was going to ask about sort of success of commercialisation, but I don't think you're there yet. Would that be right?
That's absolutely right. No, we're 12 months in, 3 projects announced. No, we're some of our projects have only just started. Yeah.
Yep, no worries. That was all from me, Chair. Thank you.
Could we go back to the prevention question, because I think it's really important, and we fully acknowledge that from a Treasury perspective, it's very hard to argue what costs are avoided rather than the costs that they can see up front. But we think it's a hugely important part of what we'll be doing is to look at high potential areas. I mean, the most obvious one is between aged care in the home and hospitalisation, and what is reducing efficiency there, which is clearly, I mean, previous submitters have talked to this, but it's clearly problems of data linkage and interoperability. We would love to do more work in that area to produce a body of evidence. So there's clear opportunities to link our work to cost prevention.
Okay, thank you very much for being there, and thank you for your time and for your effort. We look forward to seeing your work from the CRC. And we're going to now suspend until 2:40. Is that right? 2:45? 2:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
Productivity Commission. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided.
Can you hear me? I can't hear you, so that's my possibly.
Okay, you can't hear us? Could be your volume on your thing. I guess you can't hear me. So it's going to be a challenge.
It's not really working, is it?
Reconnect.
I think it might be a volume thing on her computer.
It's normal that people can't hear you. It's probably not.
No, I think it's your computer.
Normal.
You've got to turn the volume up. The volume up. If you turn the volume up, I think she's got us on mute.
Apologies.
Secretary, do you think you could call her and maybe provide some guidance?
They're calling you. They'll call you. We'll suspend this committee. And we welcome representatives from the Productivity Commission. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. Please state your name and the capacity in which you appear.
Dr. Angela Jackson. I'm Social Policy Commissioner at the Productivity Commission.
Okay, do you have any opening comments?
Look, I think this is the third time representatives from the Productivity Commission have appeared before the inquiry. We're really keen and excited that we've been able to be so involved through the process, and obviously you've received our submission. So looking forward to discussing the issues before you today, and if there's any other evidence that you've heard that you'd like to test with us, very keen and happy to discuss as much as possible.
Okay, just one from me before I hand it to colleagues. So we are aware of your work in this space. We're aware of the the view that it is challenging to measure productivity in the non-market sector, but not impossible, but perhaps just not possible within the traditional, more conventional mainstream framework. So, I mean, what are you, in summary, I mean, what are your thoughts on this? What do you think is going to be the best framework for us to measure productivity in the non-market sector going forward?
So I think the first thing I would say is, what do we mean by productivity? So when we think about productivity, and I guess the conception of it is also important. So I think we do measure productivity on a day-to-day basis in the care sector. So whether it's hospitals or childcare providers, measuring their quality and their inputs, people are measuring productivity on a day-to-day basis. That is, how much are we producing for said inputs? The question I think you're getting to is, at a macro level, how well do we measure productivity of the care sector, in particular in the non-market sector? And there what we can see is, because that sort of macro measurement, and it has to, right? It relies on market prices and quantities, and we don't necessarily have those prices in the care sector on the main. It's perhaps those measures aren't as good at capturing what's actually being produced. In terms of what we do about it and how big an issue it is, I think it doesn't detract from that broader issue that productivity growth is crucial, to lifting living standards. And certainly in the care sector, we can think about it in terms of, that we're ensuring that investments are getting value for money, that we're seeing cost effectiveness, and all those types of tools, lead towards lifting living standards more broadly. But are we picking that up in that measure? Not all the time, and not as well as we could. But that doesn't mean that we're not measuring productivity in different ways, if that makes sense. So I think we could do, and certainly at the Productivity Commission, we're keen to be thinking about, when resources allow, different ways of measuring productivity in the care sector, and what are the what's available at the moment that we could get a better idea of what's occurring. We've already done some work in healthcare in that space to show that actually, when you take into account things like quality, some of those traditional measures which show, for example, in healthcare that productivity growth has been basically zero, once you take into account quality in the healthcare sector and improvements in life expectancy in particular, actually productivity has been doing pretty well in the healthcare sector, and we compare very well internationally. So I think it's a work in progress. We've seen internationally, in England in particular, a lot of work has gone into new measures and different ways of doing things. And I know the ABS is keen to do work in this space. It's an evolving area. I think there is I could always welcome, better measurement in this space, but I think there's also, you don't necessarily need these statistics to do so much that they lose meaning as well. So I think it's a question of what suite of measures are you looking at when you're thinking about these issues, rather than just focusing on, is GDP capturing quality improvements effectively in the care sector adequately? That's always going to be difficult, and you wouldn't want to lose otherwise useful figures from an economic and macro management perspective in search of something that may or may not really shed light on what's occurring on the ground.
Okay, thank you. Senator Nataraja.
Thanks, Chair. It's pretty clear, just following on from what you've said and from all the testimony we've heard, particularly today, that productivity is just not fit for purpose for this sector. It just doesn't work. And even from yesterday, we heard from the Chifley Research Centre, and Emma Dawson very eloquently laid that all out. I guess what we've heard loud and clear today is that quality, and you mentioned it earlier, quality is really at the heart of understanding the value add of these sectors, right? And so what kind of work or thinking is the PC doing around capturing the best sorts of quality measures that are, one, easy to capture and reflect meaningful meaning in these sectors.
So I think that's...
And by the way, some of these indicators may already be captured in data sets around the country. Like, there are already in healthcare so many data sets, but interested to hear your thinking here.
Yeah, and I think that's some of the work that we would, ideally be able to do or would like to do as part of our sort of forward research program, is think a bit more around, well, what is out there and how could we use existing quality measures, or what would we need to do to change existing quality measures? Because as you said, whether it's in aged care or childcare, we are measuring quality across those sectors. How could that then feed into a better picture or a better understanding about productivity improvements? Because, look, metrics are important and what you measure is important. So it's not to say, I don't think we need to do more conceptually around, well, how do you capture that element? But I think understanding what is out there, how it might fit within that productivity measurement framework, to then allow us to measure over time those productivity improvements, is something that we are keen to look at and to do. And I know that the ABS is also, doing work in this space.
Except the ABS, I had a read of their submission. They are disaggregating within the care economy. Let's take one example, healthcare, where about half of healthcare is provided by market providers. So, we buy consumables, we buy diagnostics, we buy pathology, whatever. And then the rest isn't. And so they are basically disaggregating it, which isn't really necessarily what I'm getting at. I think it sounds like maybe the committee should consider a recommendation around charging or tasking the PC to look at quality metrics of meaning in the non-market sector, and perhaps doing a bit of a mapping exercise of data sets in the country.
Look, I don't know if I'm allowed to welcome or to comment on potential work.
It's just a suggestion. Hey, we can suggest.
Yeah. Look, it's certainly something we would be equipped to do, but obviously it's for the government to sort of consider terms of reference for us as an organisation. But it's certainly something clearly we have been thinking about. As I said, our report around measuring productivity in the healthcare sector really did, I think, shed an important light on this conversation, because I think there's there had been a lot of concern, and there is a lot of concern that productivity, particularly in healthcare coming out of the pandemic, has fallen, and that's been a significant issue. But that was over a different time period, not a time period that captured the pandemic, but taking that longer term perspective, you could see that, yes, costs are increasing in this sector. Maybe output, in terms of operations isn't going up, but actually outcomes have improved significantly. And so we are getting, I guess, value as a society, or whether it's a government spending or us as individuals spending for that additional healthcare dollar that has been spent over time.
You would have heard a testimony earlier today, both from the early childhood education care people as well as the people before us, the CRC. And we sort of landed at this spot where we think that quality should be linked in some way to funding, because the sector is in many respects dominated by not-for-profits, and there don't seem to be very many investment incentives for them to adopt new innovations or scale them and maintain them. So I guess there are two questions here. One is, how do we link quality measures to funding? And then how do we take that further into what kind of incentive measures should we be looking at to enable these big sectors, childcare, aged care, disability care? Many of them are dominated by not-for-profit providers. How do we take that funding and turn it into incentives to enable the adoption of these innovations?
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to solve every funding.
You don't have to have all the answers, but I reckon you're a lot smarter than we are. So,
So I guess, and this sort of goes to the crux of the problem about, or the issue is that there are dimensions to the nature of care where part of it is quality, like what is the outcome and what is the good that's being traded. And so healthcare being the example, you don't go to the doctor because you get utility out of seeing your GP. I mean, you know, as great as that experience might be, generally speaking, you go because you want good healthcare, or you want a good health outcome, and that's what you're consuming is health. And you hope that by going to the GP, you get that outcome. Is then, well, how do you incentivise a market and how do you fund a market in that scenario where it's the outcome that you're after? And when it comes to childcare, look, there probably is utility of obviously having an hour of care, but the outcome and quality that we're interested in as a society is that, you know, our children are well supported in their development, and there is value in that you want the system to be capturing. Look, there are different models and there are different modes for different markets is why there's not one answer. So we talk a lot in healthcare about having more outcomes-based funding, for example, so not having fee-for-service, and that shift, and there's been certainly a lot of work being done around that and what that might look like. And, you know, similarly in, I guess, childcare, I guess it's paying for what outcome you want and thinking a bit around, well, what is the quality that we want and what's the sort of mix of funding that we might formulate to get that. Now, at the moment, we've got, again, very much a fee-for-service model, and that might not be delivering the broader social benefits that we value to the extent that we would like. And so it might be around a mix, therefore, of, well, we'll give you this funding to meet these objectives that we have, and then we might have some fee-for-service component as well. So I think we could think more flexibly across the board in terms of our care markets about, well, what are the things we actually value here? What outcomes do we actually want? And how do we structure these markets to get those things that we value?
I think my final question is, I really am loath to pour more money, you know, into things like, well, giving providers who are already making a lot of money, some of them, you know, more money to honestly do what they should be doing. So I would rather we work within the existing envelope and think, well, how do you incentivize a non-for-profit in whatever sector that is to adopt innovations without them coming to us and saying we need more money? I mean,
so
this
and
this just ends up exploding and getting bigger and bigger and bigger, not necessarily delivering the outcomes.
So I think part of it is, you know, it's an ongoing change, and again, from market to market, it will differ. I think as you think about those funding mechanisms and how you structure that, that's one component. The second is measuring quality and making it very transparent. So we're using markets, and, you know, markets have a lot of power to them to deliver, you know, efficient outcomes and hopefully deliver a level of quality that, you know, we decide that we value as a as the government, generally speaking, the Commonwealth Government as funder. But if you don't have those strong quality indicators that are responsive, it's very hard for the market to respond. Again, this is more drawing on my sort of background as rather than things at the PC, but, you know, in markets, we would say, again, in healthcare, things like having, those strong quality indicators, having the market, having quality competition as the centre of that market, rather than there being price competition, can tend to obscure sort of efficient outcomes.
That's a great idea. I really like that idea. Quality driving competition rather than price.
And I think where you see markets aren't working well, it's where you don't have that quality competition. So things, and there's been some really good, you know, the star ratings in aged care are really, really important to that. It makes it very easy. And economics, the power of economics, I think anyway, is that it's it operates at the margin. So you don't need a lot of people to be responding to those quality indicators to get providers to respond. So that's the good thing, about using markets is, whereas regulators, you have to regulate everybody all the time, and it can be very difficult to do. The power of markets and competition is that, as long as you're influencing the margin, you can really change behaviour. I think we can think a lot about our different care markets and around that, and about whether we've got those incentives right to deliver, the quality that we value. At the moment, we're very focused on quantity of service, which can also tend to drive, obviously, costs. Because, if you're paying...
But also lazy service, I feel, right? Like they just hire more people to do this. Maybe that's not right. The real answer. Maybe the answer is get fewer people, better trained, higher paid, gonna retain, train them up, maintain them, quality, and then have a little bit of extra, that productivity dividend we heard from someone else, where it's reinvested in other things, prevention or in technology or whatever. But I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. Thanks for coming today. I wanted to ask you about just firstly, you were referring before to some reports in healthcare, but is that the same as the Delivering Quality Care More Efficiently report, or is that a different one?
No, I think it's called, we'll just double check, Advances in Measuring Productivity in Healthcare.
Yeah, okay. So
Yes.
I wanted to ask you about the Delivering Quality Care More Efficiently one.
Yeah.
So particularly, I think what goes to the crux of some of the discussion that we've been having through this inquiry in the non-market sector is really about, I think, the third recommendation of that report, which talks about a national prevention and early intervention framework. And I just wondered if you could talk a bit about, what would that framework look like? And I guess, is that sort of related to what you were talking about earlier around different measures about how we might do things?
So it's slightly different in terms of, was talking really around markets and the way markets might operate and value quality. So we were looking, obviously, we were tasked by the Treasurer across sort of 5 pillars of productivity to look at sort of ideas and practical solutions to sort of lift productivity across different areas, and one of those was the care economy. We made a number of recommendations around regulation and collaborative commissioning, and also around prevention. So what we heard was that there was an underinvestment in prevention, and so we could see care economy spending from the government going up and up, and the share of the workforce going up and up, but there hadn't. And a lot of that was at the acute end and sort of, I guess, the unavoidable end, and not necessarily the investments in early intervention or prevention that might, I guess, bend that curve a bit and get the same outcomes for people, possibly better outcomes, but at a lower cost overall in the long term. So we had a look, and we obviously consulted widely, well, why wasn't this occurring? And what we heard was that there were a lot of silos across government, so within levels of government, maybe an investment in housing that might deliver savings to the health portfolio, for example, wouldn't factor that in, and likewise across levels of government, so that benefits weren't necessarily properly accounted for both within and between different levels of government. Often the budget process, which you'd be very well aware of, 4-year forward estimates, it's a very short time frame, whereas a lot of these types of investments can have very, very long-term payoffs. They might cost more in the short term, but they save in the long term. And so, those traditional budget processes weren't necessarily capturing the benefits. There's also, we're talking about today, how do you measure quality? How do you measure outcomes? And often when people are putting forward prevention proposals, there's different ways of quantifying those benefits, which for decision makers can make, the trust issue is one issue, but also just comparing different options can be really, really tricky. So what we suggested was a new sort of budgeting framework that looked at bringing together a specialist unit within the Commonwealth Treasury around avoided costs, and so that proposals could go through a common framework in terms of quantifying those benefits so that decision makers could then consider them. An independent advisory body to sort of think about and to advise government in a similar way to PBAC, but not quite the same, but a similar way about, these interventions work and these don't. And a new funding mechanism to allow for those co-investments, particularly, a federation, it's a great thing, but, those dual responsibilities between the states and the Commonwealth often mean that for some of these investments, you need that dual investment. And so to help fund some of that as well.
Sorry, can I just ask, which report are you drawing from here again?
This is the Delivering Quality Care More Efficiently.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of what you just talked about there, like how would that fit with the earlier discussion that you were just having with Senator Anandaraja, or is that sort of like?
So I think overall what you would see, so there's different things in terms of measurement. It would obviously, that type of framework really is around, driving government investments to towards more cost-effective long-term interventions or programs. So, what you would say is that, rather than having to spend at the very acute end, and we can think, say, aged care is a good example where greater investment in keeping people in their homes and healthy can avoid some costs later on in terms of residential aged care where things can get quite expensive, and likewise in terms of hospital. So it's really more in terms of, when we think about productivity in the care sector, well, what are we trying to achieve? Well, we're trying to achieve our higher living standards, which is better health outcomes, which is better wellbeing outcomes, and we could achieve those for a lower cost if we invested a bit better as governments across the board.
Okay, all right. And so I think maybe, I'm not sure if I heard this right, but I think in your sort of opening comments, I think you were saying that that despite the non-market sector having kind of, we've got issues with how we measure it, overall it is still important in the kind of macroeconomic sense that we need to measure our productivity outcomes. Why is it still important that we include a component of the non-market sector in that measurement if it's not right, particularly given that overall we are shifting to a much more non-market economy environment and will continue to do so. So if we continue to kind of persist with looking at it that way, it's only going to get worse in terms of those measures if we're measuring that as opposed to measuring quality of life and all the things that we've just been talking about. Like, what's the utility? I don't understand.
So, look, I think it's useful for us to understand. I mean, look, more broadly, GDP is, an important measure. It's very closely related, obviously, to living standards, and, it gives you a very good, unemployment, all those sort of macro, gross domestic product is important. Productivity tells us about, how much of that we're producing per hour of work. It can tell us things about multi-factor productivity, how well we're performing across the board and in different industries.
It doesn't. Isn't that the point, though? It doesn't.
But I think you wouldn't want to exclude the non-market sector from those measures, because I think it would give you a bit of a skewed view of what's happening across the board. I wouldn't
But it's not fit for purpose. Like we even heard yesterday from Emma Dawson that it was invented by a bunch of men in the 1930s and it explicitly excluded care work.
Non-unpaid care.
Like well, it's basically an orthodoxy and a convention, and we've all got this institutional bias that has seeped into us. And it's led to the devaluation of this sector.
So I think I think you can hold a couple of things true. So you can hold that it is a useful measure in terms of economic progress, but it does miss a lot. Like as you said, it misses unpaid work. It doesn't necessarily account for sort of environmental degradation across the. There's things it doesn't capture. So it is not a. It doesn't capture everything, certainly that would lead towards, the type of society that people might be aiming for. And, that's where things like wellbeing budgets come in, where you broaden the scope of things that you are measuring. I think you don't want to throw, though, the baby out with the bathwater, because it does also perform a very important function, and it is an important measure. And if you look at the relationship between it and living standards, it's critically important. So I think rather than thinking about, well, let's not worry about, or let's change that measure and make it less meaningful for its purposes, which it performs those functions, there is a question around how do we broaden out what we're measuring and allow us to have a better idea of, well, how is society progressing against a greater suite of metrics. And the Measuring What Matters framework that the government continues to be in development, does that. And we've seen examples internationally where that's occurred, and allows for that broader understanding of what progress might mean, which I think is what we're wanting to achieve. I think there are improvements we can make, and I think the Office of ONS has demonstrated that in the UK. But there does need to be balance between what is this measure, what is its purpose, and it is incredibly well correlated to unemployment, important measures, important things that we need to, and decision makers need to keep abreast of, and living standards versus. But we also want to make sure that we're measuring, how our environment's doing. We want to make sure that we're measuring, rates of poverty. There are other things that we care about as well that we should be measuring as a society.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to ask about, you talked just again, I think then the Office of ONS in the UK. So that's what you were referring to earlier about the new measures and ways of doing things. So we can look at that.
Yeah, look, they've done some, and this was coming out of COVID, and certainly the OECD has done some work. There are issues with how people measure activity within the non-market sector, and whether or not that then, certainly through the pandemic, created skewed views of economic growth. So it's not to say that there isn't work to be done and technical work to be done to improve those measurements. It's just, and I know Emma's worked very well, and she has. There are many good points around that about what we choose to measure and what we don't. But I think it's important to remember these are just measures, right? And they're important because of what they mean. And the GDP figures, are important in terms of a range of different broader economic metrics.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much to the Productivity Commission for being there today. You go with our very best wishes, and we thank you for coming to our committee multiple times and being so generous with your time. No worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Now welcome our last witness of the day, which is the representatives from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. I understand that information on privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Can you please state your name and capacity in which you appear?
Yes, hello, I'm Michael Smeads. I'm the General Manager responsible for Economy and Environmental Statistics at the ABS.
And hello, I'm Grace Kim, and I'm the Program Manager responsible for the National Accounts here at the ABS.
Okay. Have you thought about having a satellite account in the ABS, which would help measure the care economy like you do for tourism and the arts, for example?
I might pass this one to you, Grace.
No worries. Thanks, Michael. So yes, we held a roundtable with Treasury and the RBA, and I think PC were also present mid-2024. And care economy satellite account was discussed as an optional statistical product to provide further insight into productivity measures focusing on the care economy. So that was further explored. We haven't started to pursue that work. Other options for statistical improvements in this productivity statistics space was prioritised, including the market and non-market segmentation, which you would have seen in our submission, and also the exploration of quality-adjusted output measures. So we've prioritised those two elements in the first instance as part of our productivity research agenda, but the care economy satellite account was certainly considered, but further research has not commenced.
What's the timetable for making a decision, and is it a decision of the ABS or a minister?
So it's a decision for the ABS, I guess, in consultation with the users. We want to make sure that whatever we produce is of high value and useful. In terms of a timetable, as Grace mentioned, there's some other priorities that we're working through at the moment. So that split of the market, non-market within education and health is a priority, and then looking at sort of those sort of outcomes measures. So once we're through that, then we'll consider other priorities, but there isn't an actual date on that.
Okay, so it's your judgment, is it? It's not a judgment of a minister?
So at this point, I mean, certainly we've been working through with, as I said, with our key users of productivity statistics on what the priorities are, and those are the priorities we came up with.
Okay, so is it your decision or not?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thanks. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you for attending. I just wanted to refer to the work the ABS has already done on measuring unpaid care, and I'm going to a piece of work about updating measuring unpaid care and modelling sex and age in the labour account, released 27th of June last year. Can you briefly advise what different measures the ABS has determined for the value of unpaid care in the Australian economy?
I'm sorry, Senator, how we've valued that unpaid?
Yeah. How you value unpaid care?
So the process of the valuation is so we get an hours measure of the quantity of unpaid care out of our time use survey, and then we assign a wage rate for, there's two different approaches. One which is for a wage rate for that similar kind of work if it was to be purchased through the market, and the other approach is what that person's, the individual's doing the unpaid work, what their wage rate might be.
Okay, so a surgeon takes 3 years off to look after their infant. Would you rate their wage at their hourly rate as a surgeon? Is that's one way you calculate it, and then the other is what is the actual rate you use for the wage rate? So one's an individual based on the individual, and then you said for doing similar kind of work.
So what that work would cost if you were to purchase it through the market, like if you were to purchase...
Yes, so what is that figure?
So that's the comparative...
No, I get it. I'm looking for the dollar amount. What's the hourly rate?
So it's specific to the actual types of work they're doing. I don't have that on hand, sorry, Senator.
Okay, so if I go to your piece of work, as I quoted, 27th of the 6th, 2025, and we're going... So I'm trying to understand childcare as opposed to, say, looking after elderly parents, looking after my dog, etc. Can you give me some breakdown of... So when you do your graph here of unpaid care, I'm trying to understand how I determine from this piece of work what component of that relates to childcare.
We'd have to come back to you, sorry, Senator, with that.
Could you disaggregate the unpaid care, and I'll get the Secretariat to help, the unpaid care into childcare specifically? Because the replacement cost valuations that you've got in this document, I want to be able to disaggregate aged care from childcare, please. Thank you. One of the pieces of evidence our committee's received is about how useless headline GDP figures are, and how we really need to be talking about GDP per capita to really understand how humans are feeling within the society. What work, and I just want to refer to the work that the Page Research Centre has done, and on page 178 of their report, they make the claim that one of the fundamental issues around family, housing, etc., is the mismatch between GDP growth and inflation, and the resultant weak productivity, where whilst our headline GDP is being popped up by population growth, which is, record high migration, and government spending, we've seen GDP per capita actually falling. How many consecutive quarters has GDP capita been falling?
So those numbers are in our publications. I don't have those immediately at hand, sorry.
You're not online? You don't know?
Well,
is GDP per capita rising or falling?
So GDP, I'd have to go back to the most recent releases, to have a look at that.
Wow. What about Miss Grace? Is it Kim? You're head of... Is GDP per capita falling or rising? And what does it measure?
Thank you, Senator. So GDP per capita fell in the last quarter. So from December 25 to March 26 quarter, it fell 0.1%. Sorry, I'm just looking at our website to get...
Yeah, thank you for being helpful. Yeah.
And it's up 1% through the year to the March quarter of 26. And what it measures is, so GDP measures productive activity of the economy, so how much it grew in a quarter per population. So it's a ratio of GDP divided by our population.
Yes, that's the formula. But if we step outside the ABS into, suburbia, how would you describe it? in human language. And I say that as someone who studied maths, so I get it.
So I can give it a go, and then Michael, feel free to step in. So I guess it's how much aggregate economic activity there is per person. So things like how much is the Australian economy producing per person in the country. And I guess typically a lot of people think about this as a measure of what's the term I'm looking for? Of lifestyle and what's the standard of living. That's the words I'm looking for. Thank you. However, this is a very aggregate view. It does not take into consideration things like distributional income to the population and other socio-economic impacts, but it does give an aggregate view of economic activity per person living in Australia, which is often attributed to a standard of living measure. Michael, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
That's a pretty good attempt.
Wow. Yep. Thank you. Has the ABS undertaken any work to convert the measures around unpaid care to establish a measure of similar to GDP that builds on the economic measures by incorporating and recognising the very real value and contribution to both our society and our economy of unpaid family care? What work's been done?
So certainly the work you referenced earlier in terms of recognising that work within the labour accounts was an important step in that direction. And we have previously published a measure of GDP, which includes that additional value. So we have done that in the past.
No, but is that unpaid care generally or unpaid like childcare?
So that's unpaid care more generally, yes.
Have you done any work around childcare, caring for children?
So I don't believe that we've separately done that work. I think the only work we've done is the more general concept of unpaid care.
Okay, thank you. Is that something you could do?
It is possible, yes, it is feasible.
So when you said you collected the billable hours in your first answer to my question, when you do a study where you question everybody, do they break unpaid care by, whether it's caring for aged parents, the dog, their partner, children?
Yes, it does include the type of activity that they're undertaking. Yes.
So you literally could spit that out on a quan with a decent Excel spreadsheet?
We'll certainly look into that, yep.
All right.
Yes.
One from me will be coming your way. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Nandarajan.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to go to your approach to the non-market sector again. And I understand you're going to be looking at segmentation of this. I'm keen to better understand the rationale behind taking this approach.
The rationale behind taking this approach, so it's recognition that at the moment we have labelled both education and health, the entire industry, as non-market, but there is actually significant elements of market activity within those industries. So that we have the ability to break that out and to articulate the productivity for the market segments of those industries.
Okay, so in health care specifically, you'd be looking at private hospitals versus public hospitals. In education, it might be private schools versus publicly funded schools. Is that what you're saying?
It's not quite that simple. So quite often, so our definition of market is that the prices being charged are economically significant. So sometimes there are private operators that deliver non-market services. Mm-hmm. So it really is that idea of market versus non-market services, if you like, are the prices economically significant?
Okay, so it could be a private provider providing aged care.
It could be, yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And how is it easy to capture this data, or do you have to collect more data?
So the real challenge is to line up the inputs and the outputs, if you like. So for productivity, obviously, you're looking at that, how the inputs are turned into an output and the efficiency of doing that. They come from different data sources. So the real challenge is to line up those data sources to make sure that you've got a coherent and consistent measure.
The efficiency of delivery.
Can I just?
Please go ahead.
Is that possible? So I think you've described what you would need to do, but with the data sets that you've got, is that possible?
Yeah, so we're well progressed on doing this for education and health, and we'll be publishing those results later this year.
Can you give us a little bit of insight into how you determine efficiency in something like, I mean, I understand, I'm from healthcare, I get it in healthcare, right? Throughput is a very easy one, for example, but length of stay is another. But like, for example, in education, how do you assess efficiency in education?
So we're not assessing efficiency. So the idea of productivity, as I was articulating, is the amount of output delivered per units of input is a general sort of idea of productivity. So that's what I was referring to there.
So what would that mean in education, for example?
So in education, so things like the numbers of students taught in different courses in different years in different subjects. That's an example of the output. The inputs then are obviously things like the hours of the teachers and other staff, the capital required for the school, etc.
Does that capture the informal work that these workers provide as well? Whether like unpaid work, overtime, emails that they're answering after hours, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so it's a concept of hours worked is the input rather than hours paid. So yes,
okay,
it's an hours worked idea. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Are there any, I mean, are you looking at adjusting, if we return to the healthcare example, I think we need to ground this in examples. It's just too abstract otherwise. It's very hard to understand your thinking and try and match it up with ours. If we return to healthcare, where there's clearly a fair bit, 55 to 60% in your submission, which is provided by market providers. So in healthcare then, are you going to be looking at the differences in productivity between public and private? Or is it not going to be conceptualized in that way?
Yeah, so not conceptualised in that way. So it is this idea of market versus non-market, which is not equivalent to public versus private.
Okay, again, an example. Can you just, again...
So, for example, if there is a private institution that's funded by government to deliver particular services, and those services are delivered to people at not a economically significant price, then that would be considered a non-market production, even though it's delivered by a private sector body.
Okay, I think we're going to have to wait for the national accounts. This is difficult for us to get for me to get my head around. One thing I want to ask you about and spend a bit of time understanding is quality. What is missing from all of this for the non-market sector is quality. And is there any work that you're undertaking to try and complement this, I think, woeful metric of GDP or productivity as it currently stands for the non-market sector, to complement it with metrics that actually matter to this sector? And quality is the one that is writ large and that we've heard testimony about repeatedly.
So I think just when I was waiting, I think I heard the Productivity Commission talking about the UK Office of National Statistics work. So Grace, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, no worries. So we have started some early research and literature review of exploring quality metrics to measure an outcome-based output. So that's like a quality-adjusted output based on outcomes. It's very similar to what the UK Statistical Office have done. So it's important to understand that we are not measuring outcomes to replace output. We are trying to quality adjust the service output based on outcome measures.
Okay.
Some of the metrics that we are thinking about and the ONS have used are things like length of hospital stay, readmission rates, surgery waiting times at hospitals, etc. So the reason we don't replace the measure of output based on these outcome measures is because there are lots of contributing factors to a change of quality of output and not just outcomes, and those various things. There are lots of elements that can change an outcome, and that's not necessarily based on the quality of service that's provided.
That's right.
So it could be, that
there are host factors. There are host factors. Yeah, if you've got a sicker, older population who are going through hospital, they're going to have a higher readmission rate. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So how do you capture for that then? How do you adjust for case mix like that? Those sorts of individual, it's hard, right? Those individual variables, but this is done anyway at state level for their things like their health roundtables and so on. They have data which adjusts for this case mix.
Yeah. So we have started to explore more in the education space to understand sort of education outcomes like testing results and things to I guess formulate an index that we could use to adjust output based on these outcomes. We're in very early discussions with some of the states to explore that data. Again, we've prioritised the segmentation of market and non-market for the health and education industries first. So that's the first piece that's coming out of our research program. And this is the second piece, so it's still in its infancy, but we certainly are leveraging off the ONS thinking and the work that they have done. And we are working with, we plan to work with states to discover which data can be used to formulate.
So are there any barriers to accessing those data sets that are in subnational jurisdictions?
That will come through our data exploration discovery phase. We haven't immediately come across those barriers yet. We anticipate they might. It also will depend on, I guess, resourcing and priorities for the ABS as well to undertake the work.
I'm just curious, why has it taken so long to get to this point of actually exploring qualitative measures that actually reflect what is going on already in our economy, has been going on for many, many years? This shift to services and to a care perspective.
So there's over time the suite of productivity measures we produce has grown significantly. There are many questions in productivity measurement that need to be answered. So we have to prioritise the activity. The other issue is that it's really challenging, right? So it's been really useful that the ONS has taken a step that we can learn from. These are really challenging things to work through about how you measure an outcome for these kinds of services. So it's certainly not simple.
Yeah, it's so paradoxical. I just don't understand why it's taken so long. But I mean, at least we're getting there. That's good. I have other questions which are a little bit more sort of in a separate bucket. Scandinavian countries obviously have put a lot of funds, a lot of resources into the care economy. They have higher taxes. They provide a lot of services. Is there anything we can learn from them regarding the way they measure productivity or quality at a macro level?
I'll let Grace correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that they do anything like what the UK have done. I'm fairly sure that they do the same measures that we currently do, the standard measures that pretty much all countries do. Is it?
Oh, you're on mute, Grace, just for Hansard.
Sorry, yep, that's correct.
Okay.
That's pioneering in this space.
Okay. And the other thing I had a question I think it was Jobs and Skills Australia, just on a separate thing. We spent a lot of time talking about occupational licensing, barriers to new arrivals to this country and their entry into the workforce. And we're keen to better understand this mismatch between labour and skills and what metrics are available that highlight labour and skills. Because I think things like the unemployment rate, labour participation don't really tell the full story People can be in work, but they can be mismatched. And there's obviously a huge productivity loss if that's the case. So how is that data captured? Is it being captured?
I don't believe it's being captured. I'm just trying to think of some kind of way to get at that challenge of matching skills with jobs. I think Job Skills Australia would be best placed probably to advise on how they might approach that challenge.
Okay, all right. And my other question I had, just flicking through your submission, was, I mean, we obviously track business activity, right? We track the number of businesses that are created, the ones that fold. Do we track the number of businesses that offshore?
That offshore that move economic activity? No, we do not.
Elsewhere?
No.
How would we if we wanted to look at that?
I don't have we'd have to consider that. There's not an immediate answer.
I mean, we're in the reason I'm asking it is we're in a geopolitical contest. And we're seen as a talented country. There's no shortage of ideas. We've created unicorns, startup. We're actually doing pretty well on the startup front. But countries are actively seeking our people, our companies, our early stage companies. We can't afford to lose. So if you wanted to track this, how would you do it?
I probably don't have a great answer off the top of my head. I would imagine it would require a new survey, but then the challenge would be, depending on the number of these firms doing this, how you would identify them in a sample survey would be difficult. Yes, I don't have a great answer off the top of my head. Sorry,
Okay.
Senator.
Maybe if you could just take it on notice, and if there are any peer countries that are doing any work statistically on this, I think that would be very useful for us. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. Look, just a couple from me, or maybe just one. Throughout, we've been talking about, I guess, I think Ms. Kim, you mentioned earlier around like quality of life type indicators. Putting aside, like I think we've well versed perhaps what some of the shortfalls are with how we measure things, what kinds of things we're thinking about and trying to do. Does the ABS separately track happiness measures, quality of life measures in a separate bucket anywhere, standalone, that we can look at that might indicate, how we're tracking on some of those measures, putting aside whether or not you connect them into market, non-market. But do you collect any of that sort of data at all?
Yes, we do. We're not the experts on it, so we do have surveys of households to understand these kinds of issues, or get understand things like social connection, feelings of well-being in our social survey program. And we obviously now publish the Measuring What Matters measures on our website that captures the broader concept of well-being.
Yeah. And so you are the statistician experts. This is not an area of expertise of mine at all, but is there a way that you can connect those things to some of the things that we've been talking about in terms of productivity? If we think about some of the interventions that can't be measured in the traditional ways, actually, some of those social measures being improved as a result of the interventions that are being taken that can't be measured through the traditional ways of kind of labour hours in, product out, if that question even makes sense to you.
If I understand correctly, sort of that direct connection between some areas of unpaid household work or unpaid caring through to economic measures and sort of a feeling of well-being. Not directly to say that this product or this service that's being generated in the economy delivers some broader sense of well-being beyond the material well-being. So not at that kind of direct level, but there are a number of I guess measures internationally where people or organisations do aggregate different measures like GDP plus expected lifespan plus a measure of happiness or the like. So that is something that, for example, the World Bank and others do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much for being there, and we thank you very much for making your time. That is the end of today's hearing. Thank you to Broadcasting in Hansard, and all the best for the weekend. This hearing is adjourned. Thank you.